back here in Downing Street. The Prime Minister has been in his Commons office this morning making those cuts. There have been a few casualties already, some high-profile casualties. The Northern Ireland Secretary, former Northern Ireland Secretary now, Julian Smith, was a surprise casualty this morning. He had been responsible for securing that deal of power sharing in Stormont. There were a lot of speculation that he would be safe because of that, but it seems that he has lost his job this morning. We now know that Esther McVey, the housing minister, has lost her job. She has confirmed that news on Twitter earlier this morning. She'd been seen lurking around the Prime Minister's office. We also know that Andrea Leadsom, the business secretary, a long-time cabinet member, has lost her job. She has also confirmed that news on Twitter. So some high-profile names. Andrea Leadsom, a prominent Brexiteer, of course. Remember that when Boris Johnson took over, there were a number of high-profile Brexiteers given top jobs in the cabinet. So we've seen some big names lose their job this morning. Downing Street were briefing last night that we wouldn't expect an overall reduction in the number of women in the cabinet. There have been some concerns raised that women were going to be in line for losing their jobs. We do know now Andrea Leadsom, Esther McVey. Some action earlier also in the Prime Minister's Commons office. Some other people seen near there. Geoffrey Cox, the Attorney General. There's been speculation that he was in line for losing his job. We haven't seen had any confirmation of that so far. But soon we expect the Prime Minister. I can see the gates opening here.
Really? Really?
Here, Boris Johnson arrived in Downing Street. We can see him
Just seen the Prime Minister now arriving back. Busy day, Prime Minister. Prime Minister. Well, no comment.
No comment. No, I was just going to say no comment there before Johnson goes in, but now he will be preparing to bring his ministers here to Downing Street, so we'll be keeping an eye out on who walks up the street will be in line for a promotion. Yeah, good timing.
Well, let's get more.
All right, see, what are you planning for next?
The boring in the studio.
Miss Reed, what are you making so far? A lot of people.
When are we planning next week, guys?
After the second of the human careers.
Okay.
Head of security, the new head of security. So presumably that's it, the gates are open now. That's it.
Is this a reshuffle which should put Brexit behind itself?
Spell check, but it's big thing about that we should get Trump comes, what do you call it?
Is this also perhaps a more important reshuffle than those, precisely because of that large majority and the fact that this government seems to have a long life ahead of it?
Who? Both of them. See, that's what she's hearing. Boys will miss me in funny honest quips. What we're thinking to do is he's paying for it. He has to be there. He's got to come down at the end of the night with his credit card. The guy in the club I was speaking to, the guy in the club said the only thing you need to do is your manager to either Chris or Simon to email the charge. I said to Chris yesterday, I said, could that be go with me in the morning?
So I don't know if we're going to do another hit this hour, unless I don't know if we're going to do another hit this hour.
Yeah, I didn't hear that.
Unless
yeah, I'll give this answer.
yeah, unless someone massive comes up the road.
I was going to go down to Betfred and put 200 quid on Theresa May for Chancellor.
She was spotted.
These guys reckon that.
Imagine.
And it's interesting, isn't it? This is the time to break yourself on the line of life.
Yeah. I can't believe the Northern Ireland secretary gone over there and said, it's like the BBC, isn't it? You did a great job with it. We don't know where. I suppose the best way for Chloe to turn up, and I'm going to get Maggie out for that night. Yeah. No, she's on her way now. She just,
Now, obviously, we've got changes in the area of environment and energy. Do you think there need to be structural changes with new jobs identified? For example, that there's going to be someone to look after the top companies.
Whether it's put extra mixed green, laughing cannibal, or escape machine. I reckon. But if we're here tomorrow, next Friday, I'll have to have it again tomorrow. Down struck the ground off Victoria. You got Millbank, that road, Hazel Street. Keep right down, you got the roundabout with Horse just turn right down the middle. And they do a roll of food stands, I can't eat pork. I've got some I think living inside visualised.
And just like the last thing we used to call you de facto deputy prime minister, is there a need for a figure like that?
No, she just said, you're not even just going to have chips with it. I said, no, just come on, exactly the same. I was just, I was just complete with meat. It was all meat. There was now nothing else but meat. Would there be a patio box? Yeah, they're good. They're overused. Because you're supposed to store loosey. But people lock them. The whole mechanism just gets.
Okay, thank you very much indeed for joining us on the screen there. Well, some more breaking news.
Yeah, that's right. This is really is.
Tell me about tracking up on the scene.
And then we've also got news that Jeffrey, obviously, to the general, my next got to go by a woman that he's not doing questions and comments. That's been led by Michael Ellis, which suggests exactly, which suggests that Jeffrey so where have we got to? Well, by my count,
Hi guys. Sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah, we haven't had a no, not quite yet.
So these are videos they're out.
Yeah, I know everyone's reporting that, but
So I'm a bit surprised. I am surprised by that because was trying. The whole point was the Prime Minister was trying to push women hard.
With the time rod.
So this is not.
Maybe made a filter.
Oh, yes, sorry. Yes, that wasn't the highest.
oh, here we go.
You can see why.
Hi guys, we've got
one of these people trying to call
confirmation from Villiers because she's posted on Facebook.
downgrade down to that level. I did. I said time rod. When he takes the bin and just chucks it on the table. Yeah. Yeah, because the filter was wrong. So you obviously didn't use AutoCAD 2016, where you could actually do it. Make a 3D printer. I've still got my slide rule. I was using it the other day. I showed my son. I reckon he's going to hit straight in
Just to recap, by our count, there are 7 departures from government now. Estimate Bay, Chris Skidmore, Julian Smith, Teresa Villiers, Jeffrey Cox, Andrew Lenson, and Lisa Carly. Well, moving on to other news, hopefully
Obviously, you boys been sort of, there in the article. See the commitment. Like the Philippines. But you know the bit with the horse and the lift? Only in the lift. Do you know outside the flat in Gibraltar when they're trying to get yeah, well, in there. You must have been watching the bloody recap. So anyway, so they're all in there, and they go into this pub. And the first shot is trying to get this thing in the lift in this tenement flat. And then they go into this pub. But they come out in a different, which is where my sister used to live, which is a real posh area. I live in the scabby bit.
No, I don't know.
My sister lives in the posh bit. St. Jackson's Park. And so all the residents complain to the border boys that it was going to downprice their area. Because people thought it was just full of tenement shit in near Kilbarrack. The system was quite funny. She went, get a life, I'm not signing that petition. Somebody at Warner Brothers, when that gets to the postman at Warner Brothers, he's just going to go, oh. Well, it was the Disney Warner Brothers.
Flesh colours.
Oh shit, that's not
I saw her last night. Very phlegmatic. She would have been brilliant. Yeah. But she swapped earlier as well. She would have been brilliant. Yeah. So we're going to bring in Sally. Right. Well, the number of cases in China is now almost 60,000. Meanwhile, in Brussels, there is and how are the 27 applications facing up to patients?
oh, hello, David Hyde, down the street. Did you get dispo for 1904 for stuff that was done? No, because I think it's part of the back to the harvest. But Graham was putting it on a heater, but it's finishing at 12. So is it worth running open just to get it? Yeah.
Hang on down there. That's it down there.
Okay, I'll get Graham to get the exact street, so it's not Stories Gate. I think it's Macklin Park Street. But I'll cut it. Yeah, okay. All right then, cheers. David knows. Is it a
protest? What is it?
The Daniel Sanford was smacked. He was in the middle of the back of his leg. I was doing a piece to camera down. We were trained.
Does anyone recognise the music? What's the music? I can't recognise it.
Daddy's doing the walk, so. Daddy's doing the walk. Oh, is he giving him a job? Well, he just wants to destroy that. Yeah, they're doing it, yeah. He wants to.
Hello, Chancellor. That one, we're just seeing the
Just text evaluate.
budget. We do now have confirmation on social media from
Just text evaluate together. It'll be easier just because I'll forget about it if we get a lot of
Simon David has gone in, guys.
I know we can do it on the phone, just in case.
To be confirmed or reshuffled.
Okay, then. Just text David anyway when you've got the street and let him decide what's next to be.
Well, let's get the
All right then, cheers.
newspapers. Now, social media. Bernie Sanders Well, we're sorry about that. Now let's talk about this. First of all, new record. Boris Johnson, cloud expected.
We were the first to catch
Now, what about Bernie Sanders? A lot of comments about him.
The problem is when you get to the midway town,
primary. Do you see similarities?
to get to the midway town, you've got rain, then 6 miles, Rochester, Chatham, Gillingham, Chatham, Rochester, which I think they're 2 miles apart. Yeah. But they normally do with like on long stretches. Once they get on the high speeders,
Makes it more fun standing in, isn't it? Having the soundtrack.
Turn the music down. I put on Teams, I just send names to people that don't have their titles. This is the trouble with the chronology, it says, secretary, I just said, you discussed that you down in the rights. Pardon? Did you? Yeah.
Well, thank you very much indeed. You're watching All That Politics. Ready for the government changes, reshuffle, who's in and who's out.
Thank you.
James, what's your opinion on HS2? No swearing. It's been a bit of a London boy. So Manchester to Glasgow. Just cut the company there, straight through that scenic bit left. Just right through, saids through the company there. Through what do you call it, the Lake District, just saids through.
Yeah, he won't be able to take over yet. There's this one coming through here.
Yeah, when the electric division was about to he's dead. That bloke is dead. That's a baby. How do you do that?
Now we do have another.
Yeah.
So there's another good government. Freeman. Left.
Oh, yeah. Well, look, I'll tell you what I'll do. I'm going to go to the ground to get a magic. You just get here and find and I'll get something away. All right then, next week after that, Tuesday. Oh, hang on.
So,
hang on. I'm not going to produce the juice. It's going to put in an order. Hello? I'm alright, so if you keep the voice, because they've been standing freezing their pants off. Okay, I'll see you in a bit, Chloe. Cheers, then. Bye. So you're not in the private club, you see, we've all got little old boys network here. He's just turned up. Boys. Is he? He's just joined. Oh no, the college. We slow release porridge just stopped again. See how big Wilmot said to me, the best thing about Granville is shit's falling around our ears. Everything's not working. Granville stops and says something funny. And we all umbrella. Point balance.
They're all trying to be seen, aren't they? What's that? We don't care about singing when we've got the only job. No. Morning!
speak straight, but you can't matches.
Leave it on there.
See this intelligent wrap on too. I'm not getting the EVU. We are talking about UHD and 12G. Something 2020 on RP. That's not as bad as having 12P.
And Laura, the secondary statement reflects obviously a very important role for the Navy, but one where there's been an extraordinary amount of turnover.
And they're dropping the shoot, yeah. Make sure everyone gets seen. Something like update our archive. I wonder if there's some data. What is it? Give us one new name. I've got a quick question mark over who's going to be the Thank you very much. You're watching All Out Netflix. Coming up next, Twisted Peg in Minority Report. Do you want to get up that tweet from
to the TV.
Yeah. Honestly, why they can't ban fucking
Should I film you on search? Will you change the Come on, James. Hello, intake is big down this week. It's back to 52 front door. We're just changing.
Got a live headline at 11, and then like 5 past.
We do have this very warm tweet by Mr. Cody. State quite a real challenge without your leadership. I don't believe Northern Ireland would have a government today. Thank you, Stephen Smith. You know, what would happen there that relations between And what do you reckon to this letter from people, Martin? I mean, are we seeing the beginnings of a sort of Valentine's Day dance between the France and the UK?
saying. Oh no, who is it? Who is it? Billie Eilish. Oh.
I'll fucking never talk to you, you know.
This is the...
And where is the reservation for the leader?
Oh, gosh,
That's significant. Where is that?
I don't use it. I don't like coffee. The other thing I like is sipping coffee.
oh, that's God.
We're going to get
Oh no, that's me moving in the background of the door.
Oh.
No, it did move.
I know, no idea. Thank you very much for this joining us probably on I'm really curious.
We're live and direct. Lost comms. Oh, I've just lost it. Oh, hi. Okay. Oh, bro. Okay. Okay, no worries. Great. So we're doing just a live headline, yeah, and I'm mentioning Cox. I am, I think, yeah. Shape of Boris Johnson. Shape of Boris Johnson. 5 senior ministers sacked. Okay. Hi, I'm Layla. Hello, nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. We're live in Downing Street, where we'll have an idea of the new shape of Boris Johnson's government. 5 senior ministers have been sacked, including Attorney General Geoffrey Cox. Great, yeah.
Still waiting for those new faces. That is from all that content for today. Please join us tomorrow. But lots more coming up, including from me here on Sky News on Reshuffle.
Hi, I'm well. How are you here? Sir? Sir? Thank you. Thanks for that.
You the Deputy Prime Minister?
Yes. Oh, sorry, did you? I didn't hear that, sorry. Okay. Okay, it's yeah, because Felicity said he wanted to.
Yes, I can, yeah.
Yeah, Felicity said she wanted me to say something about Geoffrey Cox in particular, so that's why I put him in. So I can just say, okay, so well, I'll just say so. So I won't say about 5 senior ministers have been sacked. I'll just say we'll see how an idea the new shape of Boris Johnson's. Among those to go is Attorney General Geoffrey Cox. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, very quickly, yeah.
Sure. Okay.
Hello? We don't seem to have it now. Oh, yes,
Oh,
back, yeah.
God, it is so cold.
Yeah.
We're live in Dancy. We'll soon have an idea of the new shape of Boris Johnson's government. All those out. We're live in Downing Street. We're live in Downing Street. We'll soon have a name. We're live in Downing Street. We'll soon have an idea. Hello? No worries. Oh, I haven't actually been across that. I'd rather not. Is that okay? Sorry. My head's in. I'd rather not scramble now. Sorry. Thank you. We're live in Downing Street. We'll soon have an idea of the shape of the Boris Johnson's government. We're live in Downing Street. We're live in Downing Street. We'll soon have an idea of the shape of Boris Johnson's new government. We're live in Downing Street. We'll soon have an idea of the shape of Boris Johnson's new government. We're live in Downing Street. We'll soon have an idea. Okay.
It is 11 o'clock. This is Sky News Today, live from Downing Street, where the first casualties of Boris Johnson's reshuffle are beginning to come today. The Business Secretary, Andrew Leadsom, along with her colleagues...
We're live in Downing Street, where we'll soon have an idea of the new shape of Boris Johnson's government. Among those out is Attorney General Geoffrey Cox.
The Prime Minister, who paid for his £50,000 Caribbean getaway over Christmas.
Great, okay.
How you grew up? It's not quite good.
Well, good morning from Downing Street, where Boris Johnson has now returned to start his show with his new cabinet. Ministers of that are all Sunday motions and other serious shocks. But the Prime Minister is run HS2 and amongst other places. So far, the Northern Ireland Secretary was the first sack, followed by government. Well, with the news after
2 hours.
Oh yeah, I know, it's blazing fast. And he's got more insulation on it.
And also, he just threw before the rain started.
I see it.
I hope I'm wrong.
Well, there had been a couple of names already in the mix that we'd expected some movement. For example, Andrea Leadsom and Esther Fay, Jeffrey Cox, all of those names had been in the mix as possible candidates for losing their jobs. But Julian Smith, he was a bit of a surprise this morning. There had been some rumours overnight that he was in line to lose his job, but he has had a lot of support across the board in both Ireland, in Northern Ireland, about that power sharing deal that he secured, and that he certainly expressed regret himself for losing his position. So that will be one of the bigger names that lost his job, and I think that that will be an interesting position to watch to see who gets that job. Obviously, the big job of getting the Stormont power sharing deal up and running again has been done, but that will be a very important position for Boris Johnson to fill. We have seen, as you say, Esther McVeigh, Andrea Leadsom, Theresa Villiers, 3 women lose their jobs from the cabinet. We are assured by Downing Street, and we were assured last night, that the gender makeup of the cabinet would not change, and Downing Street were keen to emphasise last night that there would be a number of women promoted in more junior ministerial roles. They've singled out some names for promotion already, so we've heard Suella Braverman, the Cabinet Office Minister, Gillian Keegan, and Marie Trevelyan. They were in line for promotion, so perhaps one of those could get those cabinet positions that have been vacated. So very interesting to see the names that lost their jobs. A couple more junior ministers that have gone to Nascani, George Freeman too. But here in Downing Street, as you say, Boris Johnson has returned here, and a number of senior ministers have already arrived and have been in Downing Street for a good bit of time now. So we've seen the top ministers arrive. Sajid Javid was the first to come here this morning. Dominic Raab, then the Foreign Secretary, Priti Patel, the Home Secretary, are all in there, and Michael Gove have all gone into Downing Street already this morning. No sign of them coming back again. Going into Downing Street now, so whether these senior ministers are being confirmed in post or not, we will have to see. Well, I think you remember when Boris Johnson came into power, he had a new makeup of government straight away to fulfil the Brexit duty as he saw it. Now Brexit is done in his view. The first stage of Brexit, Britain has come out of the European Union, so there is a chance to shape the government in a new image, and I think there will be a bigger vision here behind the promotions, the movements, the reshuffling. Remember, this is a game of moving parts, so people have gone, people will be reshuffled, people will be reluctant to move. You know, Boris Johnson would have had time here to think about who he wants where. This is not a reshuffle that has taken place in the context of a crisis. You'll remember Theresa May had all those resignations under her, so she was reshuffling people not of her choosing. But this is actually a long planned reshuffle. Of course, we could see some people refusing jobs and some sort of obstacles, some hurdles, but I think this will be a chance for Boris Johnson to put people he thinks in key roles to carry out the kind of policies that he wants to pursue as Prime Minister. So it will be very interesting to see the characters that he promotes or moves into certain positions. Downing Street has been keen to emphasise that they want to bring forward a new generation. There is a new intake from 2017, from 2019 as well, so lots of new MPs who will get more junior ministerial roles, who will prepare them for cabinet roles further down the line, but it will be very interesting to see these top jobs, whether any of those top positions will be reshuffled. We hadn't expected much movement, but as I say, a number of the top ministers have been in Downing Street for a long time, and none of them have come out so far. Great. Okay, no waiting. Hello. Yes, hello. Where is it? Sure. Okay. Well. Yeah, absolutely. I am expecting Vicky to come at some point, but I'm not sure when. But anyway, one of us will be here. It's fine. Yeah. So 11:30, one of us. Yeah. Sure.
That has been told to us as a signal that they are staying their posts. Well, a reminder of a special programme coming up on this side later this month. Also about the going to have a live television to replace Jeremy Corbyn. You don't. That programme is coming up on Thursday the 27th of February, and if you'd like to be a member of the you can apply. Visit the politics section of our website. Well, lots happening here, Colin, but lots of other news as well. Keep it on. Yeah, you try that
There are no stupid questions.
Yeah.
Say again. Oh no, dude. Oh. Oh. Typical. It's like top class technology here we're working with, yeah.
Yes, I know.
Say again. Yeah, I think I'm supposed to be going soon. If he's
That's all right, I thought
yeah, unless anything big happens now, I don't think.
That's what I came on. You never know.
It's a bit weird. I mean, yeah, Dennis was saying to me that he thought that it was unusual for them to all go in just to be confirmed and to be in for so long just to be confirmed in post. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah. Yeah. Slightly surreal having this soundtrack. Yeah. Oh, Brandon Lewis potentially to NI.
What they got, yeah.
How long?
Yeah, probably. I can't remember. Yeah. This way.
Technical anyway, so.
He always smiles. He always.
Ready room.
How are you?
I'm alright, how are you?
Oh, too cold. You forget actually if you just sat stationary for like 2 hours. I know that is.
It's not that cold.
Yeah,
it's the
exactly.
still thing that does it. Stamp your feet.
No. It should be nearly done.
Well, Vicky's just turned up.
Where is she? Oh. Winnie! Hello. Good. Glad to see you. I'm freezing.
Oh yeah, I was going to say, do you want to stay till 12 or? No, so have you, it depends how much you've done really.
I have done quite a bit actually.
Have you?
Yeah, it's been good. First live's back.
I know. It does nice. I need to sort my face out. Do you want to do another?
I'm supposed to be doing half. Should I do the half?
Yeah, it's a bit weird otherwise, isn't it?
Yeah.
Which one's wicked?
Yeah.
So we've had obviously all the
top
Pretty?
ones.
Yeah, we've had all of them
Pretty,
in.
Go Cookie, Gavin and
Rob.
and now Chance.
No, this happened last time. They were in there ages because they sort of end up with a backing up, and also when they go, they might go out.
Back.
They might go a different way. I don't know. Hiya.
Oh,
hello. I'm here. Lady's going to do the half past. I'll take over after that. Oh.
Oh.
Right. Okay, what can you how long have I got? I just need to hang on.
Go back.
What time are we now? Can you just give me 5 minutes? Yeah, okay.
What's he saying? I don't go back to do timeline. Hey, no worries. Yes, am I heading back? Sure. Tell me. Yeah. 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 Yeah, that's fine. Absolutely fine. Okay, see you in a bit. Bye bye. I am going to have to go. Are you all right? Hi guys, can you hear me? Yeah. Hi guys, I'm signing off. Vicky's here, and I've got to head back to do some other stuff.
Who's going to get the job? Yeah.
Sorry, I've just noticed this is in a puddle. I was being worse, honestly. It's like, oh my god, I'm desperate for a cup of tea. Literally, I don't know what to do. Yeah, you're right for that. Right, Vicky, I'm off, okay? See you later. Thanks, guys. See you later.
Yeah.
As much as these backbenchers think they should, it's really problematic.
Yeah, all right, Amanda. Oh, sorry, yeah. Sure. Right, thanks for noting that. I didn't think it did.
Where am I going?
Yeah. Okay.
Oh! Sorry. Right.
Well, I thought we were
Depends how.
I'll do one without it.
Trouble is if I do that.
Actually, no, I'm not on You don't know the story.
It's on my phone.
Well, you know. In Covent Garden, I live practically above a section of Liberation. It's the leading rubber emporium. And they do windows. Not last.
Actually, sorry, can I be a pain? I'm going to take the scarf off.
I came out and they've done their Christmas window. I thought it was quite funny. With these farmer pictures with red sort of gifts, all tied up. With a dominant over wearing aprons, you know? So I just thought it was quite funny, so I took a picture of it with the Patrick Christmas stuff with his London. And that was about 7 a.m. About 10 to 8, we were
Hello.
So I just said, forget it.
Yeah.
Well, no, they would go back to all of it.
I mean, you don't care about everyone, do you, or do you? I mean, every time someone walks in, are you coming to us?
No, because
You had, Hello. How much are you doing? I mean,
yeah, that was it. What?
okay, but if someone walks up, you want to come to it, yeah? I'll just tell you who it is, and then you can decide. Right, what's happened? Please don't say I haven't got a signal. I haven't got a woolly hat like. Did you see Mason? Chris Mason, his hat.
He's always got ridiculous.
Did you see him? Did you see the picture he put on the WhatsApp? It's insane. Oh no. No. Peanut butter. Oh my god, he's insane. God. Right, what are we doing? What's happened? I have no idea. Right, so we've got Ian Smith.
Buongiorno. What are you doing here? Just TVs for the one.
Oh, okay.
Whatever. Shouting down the phone. Go get a fucking signal.
No, I think that. No, they'll go up there.
Yeah, we just
I do care.
My news dog, did you know that?
What?
Did you know that my news dog, like, when you listen to my news dog, it's like never stops.
No,
And now
it's all.
podcast, so down inside my face, and there is.
Okay, what are we doing? Yeah. Yeah.
So basically, no one's come out. They've all gone in, but no one's come out. What's happened? They've been swallowed.
There'll be a chute somewhere with a
The TARDIS.
Vicky, there'll be a tube of the ice
Yeah.
and they'll go down to a pit of
It's
sharks.
like Willy Wonka's chocolate factory.
Yep, here we go. Oh, welcome back to today. We'd like reshuffles. Government is really good in two phases. The names already going, announced earlier when Johnson was in the House of Commons, the government includes capital gains, agreement along since then, we've had a more ceremonial session of this before that, led by the President of Foreign all staying on post. Michael Gove, Governor Buckland, a new face relatively stronger now let's get all of that. Let's talk a little bit about
Guys, you doing sport before me? It's not off-putting at all. The coppers in the security thing said. Hello. Hello. I'm good, thank you. Right, where is... Yeah.
love that, really.
They're about to come to me. You got a pool as well, yeah?
Yeah, I just needed it slightly that way.
Is someone else coming in?
No, if they come
I
out.
don't think anyone's coming out. I mean, as soon as they come out, I'll move. But I think we're getting about 10 minutes. Just shout at me. So what I'll do is if I have to go out of vision, I'll just do that and keep talking. Hello. Yeah. Yeah, I know. That's what I was going to do. Can she not put it in the top? That's all. That's the best line. I may mention it, but just say praise from all sides, and then I'll do the quote because that's the best thing we've got. Yeah, it is. Yeah. Hi. I know. Yeah, I know. They're not coming out at the moment. They're just coming in. So I don't know what's happened to them in the TARDIS. Well, no, it's because he can't get the. He says he can't get it with me standing here. He says he can't get the shot if I'm standing here. Is that right?
But if you're there, it's fine. If you're there, that's fine.
Yeah, he's standing right there. There. But he was trying to get me to move.
Only like that much.
Oh, I see. I thought you were trying to get me to get out. All right, don't worry. We're all sorted. We're all very happy. No, it's fine. I know. Don't worry. Yeah, I mean, I think that is the biggest name, really, and partly because, of course, with Stormwater back up and running after a very long time, Julian Smith credited with getting those talks going. And as you say, getting praise from all sides. Praise from Martin Foster, so we didn't always agree, but actually his dedication to the job was very impressive. And then this from Leo Varadkar, the Irish Prime Minister, saying, in 8 months as Secretary of State, Julian, you helped to restore power sharing in Stormont, secured an agreement with us to avoid a hard border plus marriage equality. You are one of Britain's finest politicians of our time. Thank you. So pretty incredible stuff there from Leo Varadkar. And I think lots of people in Northern Ireland really raising eyebrows at the departure of Julian Smith. Now, you can only suspect that it's because of other things he said previously. He made it very clear he wasn't happy about the suspension of Parliament. You remember back in the autumn when that happened. He also spoke about Brexit and made it clear that he wasn't happy about this idea of a hard border. So maybe for speaking out in public, that's why he's gone. And I think lots of people will say it shows that even if you manage to achieve something in office, it doesn't guarantee you a place at the top table.
Have they seen this year about in 8 months of Secretary of State, Julian has helped restore power sharing.
I mean, it's difficult to say. I think if we remember when we were here 7 months ago and Boris Johnson became Prime Minister, cleared out almost all of Theresa May's cabinet. And as they walked up the street, I remember thinking, this is a Brexit cabinet. These are people who would go along with a no-deal scenario. And it seemed to be that's why he created that team. That, of course, that moment has passed. Of course, Brexit's not over and done with. But, you know, we have left the European Union. They're moving on to other things in a domestic agenda. So he doesn't need that anymore. You know, whether the shape of it changes, we're trying to see a pattern in those who might be promoted, and it seems to be people who will get on with the job, maybe not spend too much time talking to journalists, talking to the media, but we'll see by the end of the day what that pattern is. And just to say that Rishi Sunak has just gone in, he's the latest. Interestingly, they're all going in the door. We haven't seen any of them coming out, so I'm not quite sure what's going on inside there. But Rishi Sunak is someone who is tipped for a promotion, really highly regarded by many people, seem to be intelligent, seem to be able to get on with the job, So he may well be put in charge of his own department moving from Madrid.
Yeah, I think so. I think it's worth having. Oh, hi Liz, it's Adam. I think this Julian Smith story is really shaping up. I mean, it'd be fantastic to get him on tomorrow, just talk about Northern Ireland, way ahead, all of that. Come on, it'd be good for tomorrow. And it'd be quite nice if we could get a run and then Kay and all that. Yeah, okay, cheers. Thanks.
Yeah. Politics Live, yeah. Why can't they use that? I can't, you can't, like, that's ridiculous.
They'll cut in between. They'll cut in between, but they just want the live from that first.
They just can't.
Say someone that has to break.
But I mean, I always think it's really weird when we go.
Probably about who he's
I'm assuming you won't be doing that.
I think I will. I think, we need to liven this up a bit. I mean, if Mason can wear a ridiculous hat and use a flat white to put his hair in the right place, can you believe he did that? Did he? Yeah. He took his hat off and then his hair was all over the place. And so he got his flat white coffee and used it.
Nice.
One crazy dude. Have you seen it?
I think I've seen it's a massive fact, isn't it?
Let's put it on the WhatsApp. But it's the way he just sent this photo. He looked absolutely. Oh, where's it gone? No, there it is. Oh no, look. I mean, I'm sorry. Oozes gravitas. Why did everyone get excited then? No protest there, is there? What is that? Is that a police van?
It's an ambulance.
It's an ambulance on the far side.
Gonna chuck it down. Can I be a real pain? Could you just chuck that over there? See that black bag? That one there. Just flung it at range. Yeah, that's like the little rucksack on the right. And the brown paper bag is mine as well. Just shove it in there. Sorry. Thank you. Right, I'm not going to be on to it. Just very quickly.
Yeah, after big travel. Morning.
In half an hour, we somehow they go, "Chance the sign." Should we all just say it in turn? Everyone gets it. Just as he comes out, you were signed.
I've got all the cables, what do you want to do? Do you want to do it? You got it confirmed?
Yes, well, I've got it from
What?
the single source. But a good source.
That he's resigned.
Yep, he's gone. He turned it down. Are they in a sequence?
They'll just have to come to you. That's ridiculous. Can you phone them?
No. 20, where are you? Hi, can you tell the desk? Yeah.
Let's go down here.
I do, yes.
Here.
Did you take the cable?
Yeah.
Did you take the cable to the phone?
Here, just sort that out.
So Rich is
Literally tweeting.
Got it.
It was 33 seconds. Just signed that. And you went, oh, breaking news.
I don't know where to go. I've got literally got nowhere to go. Can I just go down here?
So what can you tell me?
Yes, I am. Let's go, let's go.
What?
Yep.
That means that we'll be right.
Okay, second story.
It's sounding better than you do.
Come to us, get wired up with that. Okay? Right.
It really is. I mean, reshuffles so often end up blowing up and being very unexpected. In the last few minutes, I've heard that the Chancellor, Sajid Javid, has decided that rather than obey the orders of the Prime Minister to sack his advisory team, he has instead turned down the second most important job in government and has decided to resign. In the interim, I'm just hearing that Rishi Sunak, who has been the Chief Secretary to the Treasury, is likely to be appointed Chancellor in his place. But that job of being Boris Johnson's next door neighbour at number 11 was meant to be, in number 10's design, a piece of continuity. The Chancellor, Sajid Javid, was meant to be staying on despite the fact that there had been unhappiness between the two teams, as there so often is here in Downing Street. But this is a really major development and a big difference to the government, because of course the Chancellor is one of the key appointments, perhaps the most important appointment that any Prime Minister makes, and at this early stage of the morning, only a couple of hours into the reshuffle, it has already taken an unexpected turn. I'm just turning to Dominic Raab. And what do you make of the Chancellor having to resign, Dominic Raab? Of course, Dominic Raab, the Foreign Secretary, expected to stay there in that job, but no doubt this will all be blown off course now. What had been expected to be a reshuffle of relatively moderate scale, not too much drama going on, has already turned into something extremely different.
Oh, so James was on.
No, really? I haven't heard that.
Is he still on wrinkled champagne?
Well, without having been in the room, and it's always hard to tell, but of course I think the finger will point, either fairly or not, but pretty directly at Dominic Cummings, who's the Prime Minister's most senior advisor. That is, I think, an assumption that a lot of people will make. But you know, that said, there are a lot of people who work in Downing Street, and ultimately it is ministers and prime ministers who make the decision. As the saying goes, advisors advise, prime ministers decide. But it is, you know, quite an extraordinary thing to happen at this stage of a relatively new government, not long after the election, that essentially the number two in terms of those top jobs, the man who was in charge of the economy, who was meant to be delivering a budget in less than a month's time. The budget is in 4 weeks on March the 11th. Rather than staying in government, has refused to stay in that hugely important job because he would not accept an attempt to exert more control on him by Downing Street. And ultimately, there's always gossip and chat about advisors and how they behave, but ultimately, Prime Ministers are the ones who make the decisions. Boris Johnson may have hoped that Sajid Javid would just suck this up and stay on. Quite clearly, he's decided that's just not going to be the case. And so therefore, we have a big elevation for Rishi Sunak, who was considered in Conservative circles as somebody who was a rising star, who proved himself during the general election campaign. But for someone with a relatively little level of experience, very well respected in Westminster, I would say, but still, you know, a relatively new member of the government, a huge elevation for him, an enormous pressure. And you know, this is the kind of thing, changing the Chancellor is not a decision that any government would ever take lightly, and to lose the Chancellor over this sort of power struggle over who's on his payroll is a very, very big political call to make. But some people might remember very early days, one of Sajid Javid's special advisors, Sonia Khan, was fired at that point by the new number 10 operation. Sajid Javid made no secret of the fact that he was deeply unhappy about that, and he has refused to allow that to happen again, instead deciding that it's time to move out. Yes, that's absolutely, and forgive me for just checking down at my phone because I just don't want to miss anything happening. So, but just as I understand it, you know, this is a big turn in the reshuffle. You know, we were expecting this to be relatively mid-scale, relatively move along, not that much to see. Yes, some well-known names like Andrea Leadsom and Esther McVeigh departing the government, but in terms of the overall setup and the overall direction, as I was saying, with a budget in 4 weeks, this was not meant to be how the day was meant to progress. But they certainly have found themselves relatively early in the day with a huge drama unfolding. Of course, people will point at this and wonder if number 10 really thought that Sajid Javid would accept this attempt to exert huge control over him and his wider team. maybe they believe that actually he would end up resigning because of that. But as the hours unfold and the days unfold, then we'll try and be able to find out exactly what went on. But no doubt, the reshuffle has already taken a very different turn from what we expected just 10 minutes or so ago. Well, I mean, look, this is a relatively, new government. That's how they want to cast themselves. But Sajid Javid was absolutely meant to be part of that team. There have already been some big set-piece announcements from him. We know, for example, that he was very keen on getting that high-speed rail 2 announcement over the line. Of course, that happened last week. But it's not just a matter of a budget in a few weeks' time. Also, the government's been embarking on what's known as a spending review round, where literally, line by line, every pound and penny that's spent by the government is meant to be looked at and put under the microscope. And chancellors are traditionally, of course, absolutely key to the shaping of any government and its priorities, but also very often the tension between those two buildings behind me, between numbers 10 and 11, is very often a defining characteristic of any government, and that certainly had been rumbling around for a long time. Tensions not necessarily between Boris Johnson and Sajid Javid individually, but certainly between their teams. But this turn of events, I think will really be quite shocking to some people. One Tory insider just texted me a couple of moments ago, just saw, and I glanced down at my phone saying this is insane. Sajid Javid was stability in the government that we'll only know in the weeks and months to come whether or not Rishi Sunak is able to step up to the plate. Somebody who's widely respected in Westminster, but it's a huge step up for him. And also, what kind of role will Sajid Javid play on the back benches? Will he become, as he'll often do, a thorn in the Prime Minister's side? Of course, with a parliamentary majority the size of Boris Johnson's, it's not really the case that he's in any way under threat, but he could do without ardent critics, and we'll have to wait and see what Sajid Javid decides to do on the back benches. Remember too, he wanted to be Prime Minister, he ran for the leadership as well. So this is really sort of setting the cat among the pigeons, and it may well be the start of something rather than the end of one man's political time in cabinet.
Government reshuffle underway.
I've got a bit of I certainly all about that.
Chancellor of the Exchequer, Sajid Javid, has resigned.
Yeah. Okay, that's fine, but we just tell the channel then that they can't. What the channel doing?
They've got 15 minutes still.
Yeah.
You want to do the top of their channel? Sorry?
Already,
Sajid did do it.
Did they go budget? Oh wait, but it was ridiculous. It was a financial statement. When was that? And it was really boring, and it almost didn't make it on.
Receiving very loud.
Oh, they did it in July, hadn't they? But wasn't there like nothing? And then he got completely lambasted for making it all really political, didn't he? Yeah.
Bruce Garney and George Freeman both from
What? What are you laughing at?
So maybe Javid to get his old job back with Tony Hart.
Who's on now? Guys, who's this? Yeah. Can you hear me? Have I got a microphone on? Hi. Guys, yes, I can hear you, Johnny. Can you hear me? Just not being yeah, it's about the advisors. Yeah, it's about centralisation. I know, it's an umbrella. I'm not standing here in the rain. Better or worse? No, it's more the pull shot. It's the pull shot, guys. I don't know what I'm going to do if it does, though. Where am I going to go? Really? Look, for weeks there's been lots of rumours, speculation, people talking about the fact that there had been really a falling out, lots of tension between Dominic Cummings, who is the Prime Minister's chief advisor, and Sajid Javid, but also his staff. So a bit of a tussle going on there, and it was clear that Dominic Cummings wanted to make changes to Whitehall. Now they were said to have gone away, but he still wanted to make sure that number 10 really was in control of what was going on at the Treasury, and they didn't really feel that that was happening. Remember the history here, lots of the paper, in the newspaper, it appearing, as Sajid Javid talked about, as the Chino Chancellor in name only, incredibly rude about him, and that caused an awful lot of tension. Now what seems to have happened is that Sajid Javid went in today, all smiles, no one was predicting that he wasn't going to come out as Chancellor, but that didn't happen, and we're hearing that he was asked to change the way that the office worked, including getting rid of some of his own advisors, and he seems to have refused to have done that, and so has left the position. Now certainly yesterday when people were talking about possible cabinet casualties, he was not on the list, but if you look at the overall, what's happened at the end of all of this, given the briefings against Sajid Javid in the last few months, the fact that he's gone, that may not be disappointing for some inside number 10, despite the headlines that there will be, the tensions that there will be, having such a senior figure on the back benches, all of that causing this tension, this upset, amongst people in the party. Yes, that's going to be difficult, but ultimately they weren't happy with Sajid Javid as Chancellor. Well, he has now gone. Now, as for his replacement, suggestions that Rishi Sunak, who went in a while ago, and everyone was predicting that he was going to be promoted, I'm not sure he went in thinking he was going to be Chancellor. Yeah, I mean, we're 4 weeks away from a budget, so in that sense as well, it's pretty incredible stuff. And, we've heard over the years, haven't we, of tensions between chancellors and prime ministers, even some who were, very friendly. Look at the Blair Brown years, but it never got to this kind of stage. And, to lose your chancellor just 7 months after becoming prime minister, does really suggest that there is an awful lot of tension within number 10. we've heard a lot about advisors and the influence that they have, but it does seem that has caused a problem here. Remember that Sajid Javid didn't know in advance months ago when his advisor was sacked. She was marched out of here by an armed police officer. He didn't know in advance that she was being got rid of, and he was extremely angry about that, and he obviously wasn't prepared to see that happen again, alongside probably something which was even more serious, which was trying to take away potentially some of his powers, bring them into number 10 Downing Street. It's something that Prime Ministers often want to do, is to make sure that they have control of what is going on, rather than leaving it all to the Treasury. And we've seen tensions, haven't we, over Brexit with the Treasury. Very much was seen over the years as being against Brexit happening, being very much on the Remain side of the argument. That caused really difficult problems between Philip Hammond and Theresa May. So it's not an easy relationship, but to have ended up like this so soon into his premiership, is a real problem for Boris Johnson. Yeah, I mean, in parliamentary terms, he's got a majority of 80. There's no problem getting stuff through Parliament, but you've still got to think about the functioning of government. And I think this was always a big question about the team that he brought in here. There's a difference between being campaigners, going out on the road, coming up with slogans, winning votes, and then governing. They are two very different disciplines, and you can't necessarily just go in all guns blazing all the time. It's going to cause problems and tensions. Now, whether this ends up with Rishi Sunak as a very successful chancellor and things start to run very smoothly, we just don't know at this stage. But governments have to function in a way where they're not just getting bad headlines all the time. They have to get things done. They have to make changes to people's lives. That's what Boris Johnson wants to do. So, at the end of this, he may feel that actually that's going to be perfectly possible. But, it's been a bit bumpy along the way so far. Yeah, I mean, that's right. Now, as Chief Secretary of the Treasury, you are across all the detail, and that's why he has been very much admired. I mean, he's a relative newcomer, but when you talk to other cabinet ministers, you talk to civil servants, they really, really do rate him, and they feel that he's incredibly bright, but actually able to, explain things to people in a way that they understand. He was used a lot during the general election, out and about doing the media round, so there'll be no problem with the detail of what's been going on. As I say, as Chief Secretary of the Treasury, you're the one who speaks to all the other departments when it comes to things like spending rounds. You have to ask them to find the cuts that are needed. But yes, of course, it's a huge leap to go from that position to Chancellor, if that's what gets confirmed later today.
Quite remarkable
It is. I mean, they do happen. I mean, actually the last two have been pretty seismic. As you remember, I remember standing here when Theresa May came in, and we heard that George Osborne had been sacked. That was, not massively surprising in some senses, but people haven't really predicted it. She did a pretty big clear out, brought in Boris Johnson as Foreign Secretary. No one predicted that. And then, of course, don't forget, there's only 7 months since Boris Johnson came in, cleared out most of her cabinet. That was, a huge number of sackings almost overnight. So, yes, in that sense, these things do happen. I think this has really come out as a bolt from the blue, because most people are thinking this is going to be actually, dare I say it, a relatively boring reshuffle. It's not turned out that way. I'm not, actually. I'm just trying to look. Yeah, I can't see any. I mean, no, I think the question about Michael Gove is what role does he have. I mean, he's got this role in the Cabinet Office, really overseeing things across Whitehall. I think there was a question about would he be the minister put in charge of leading Brexit talks behind David Frost, who's a civil servant, or would he be given his own super ministry, if you like? Lots of talk about what they're going to do about international trade, about the business department. It sounds like that's not happening, but Michael Gove very much at the centre of things in the Cabinet Office and trying to really make sure across government departments that the post-Brexit fallout goes according to plan. Is Laura still here? Thank you. I don't really know what's good. Is Laura gone, or is she? Where is she? Right, I guess I couldn't look at my phone at all. Twin, is there anything else on? Has anything else happened? Rishi's about to what? Come out. Right, how we which bit does Laura need? All of that?
Even now.
Not really. Yeah, it's got rain actually. Okay, I will. I don't know, unless Laura does it, I don't know. I was going to be, yeah, but she may do it, I don't know. Sorry, thank you. Oh, hang on. Hiya. Hello. Okay.
You kept this, I think it's like a town, like a couple of sticks like that. It's a very special town. Kept writing in there like that. It's just out. This kid's so irritated. Look at the kids quick.
Can you come to me, guys? Just I got stuff to do. clash about control, Andrew. I mean, you and I both know, and our viewers know as well, that the relationship between these two next door neighbours here at number 10 and number 11 is something that's absolutely vital in any government. And I understand that the relationship with the two men, as individuals, as senior politicians, has been okay, but there's no question there have been clashes with their wider teams. But number 10, came to the conclusion that to get all the things they want to do done as quickly as they can in the coming years, that they had to feel that they had the Treasury that would be completely on side in lockstep. That's the diplomatic way of suggesting and describing the situation. The less diplomatic way of saying it is that it was a straightforward power grab, that Boris Johnson and his team felt that they had to be the ones making the decisions with the Treasury alongside. They had to be calling the shots, and the Treasury had to be carrying those things out without any dispute, without any kind of eruptions. When Sajid Javid, when presented as the new reality, he instead decided to quit. I mean, I think of course people's minds will turn to whether or not it was possible for Sajid Javid ever to accept this kind of thing. I've been talking to people in number 10 who suggest they were hopeful that it might work out and he would accept it. Quite clearly, it seems to me, they must have gained the possibility that he would say no. And I understand that Rishi Sunak is going to be the new Chancellor, who's been Well, it's a massive elevation. I mean, I think a year or so ago, he was one of the most junior ministers at the Department for Communities, Housing and Local Government. And as you say, he was seen in Tory circles as someone who was, on a kind of stratospheric escalator up through the ranks. But still, a step up to Chancellor this quickly is a huge ask. And I'm just going to put quickly over my shoulder because I think he might actually come out in the next few minutes. So just do shout if you see him suddenly emerge. But, he's not been tested. Yet he's not been tested in any enormous significant way. He was someone who was seen as a good and reliable performer during the election campaign. But he will now be also dealing with a new reality. What I understand will be a joint number 10 and number 11 team of advisors working together. And look, some people's eyebrows are going to, shoot off the top of their heads at this and say, it's all number 10 trying to grab all the power. It's all sinister. Dominic Cummings behind it, trying to be in charge of everything. One counterpoint to that, though, I've just had a message from a former minister who had served at the Treasury saying, actually, this is a reform that's long overdue. Because governments trip up when number 10 and 11 don't work properly together, and actually, long judgment. I recognise him, we should recognise whoever it is by the end of the day. He may be the new Chancellor. If it is, that would be quite the elevation, because I think that's a civil servant, so we'll see. Something very strange would have gone on. But you never know. Exactly.
Your one will go. Have you seen anyone so
Yes. It will be seen that way, no question about it. And if you are appointing somebody who's relatively inexperienced to such a huge job, but actually number 10 are the ones whose fingers are all over everything, as you suggest, then you have to wonder actually how that new Chancellor, will be able to sort of make the job his own. That was something that we'll have to see in the course of time. But you're right. I mean, it's a sort of annexation, isn't it? Somebody saying, "Oh, actually, you know what? Things are often a bit tense between number 10 and 11, and maybe we're not comfortable with having those two different poles, those two different magnetic poles in government. Actually, we quite like to be number 10 right at the top of the pyramid, and everybody else very firmly underneath them. And if you're a prime minister with a majority of 80. You can do that, can't you? And this would be seen as a very controversial move. It's not quite clear what the implications would be for the rest of the reshuffle. But number 10 must have gained Sajid Javid saying no to this. They must have done. And so at the moment it seems, everything's been blown up and reshuffles always go wrong, but they must have been aware that we might have been going down this path through the rest of the day. A couple of other tips for you. I think Alok Sharma we saw in, who's currently the Department of International Development Secretary of State. It's quite likely he's going to end up with the business department. Also a whisper that Brandon Lewis, who of course was a very loyal lieutenant of Theresa May, who up until now is the Security Minister, Immigration Minister, all sorts of different Home Office jobs, he's being tipped to go and replace Julian Smith at the Northern Ireland office. He was one of the early casualties of this morning. And his departure also is something controversial because after years of stalemate, as our viewers will remember, he was the minister who finally managed to crack heads together in Northern Ireland and get the Stormont Assembly back up and running. So lots of news today. This was meant to be all a bit dull, but it isn't quite working out that way, happily, for the viewers of Politics Live.
Home Secretary, you started to see the Chancellor go. Are you surprised to see the departure of the Chancellor, Home Secretary? Is this reshuffle become a shout? Yeah, that was great. Yeah, good to get these new phones as well. I'm just going to shout some down with it.
I don't know what I've done with my earpiece. Shit. They're still on, I guess, the channel, yeah?
Right.
No? Is that the channel back in, or is it Politics Live? Yeah. Is it?
Screen it deals off with it.
Hi. I'm not entirely sure that earpiece is it right or not? Let's make it confirm the house. Hello. Am I plugged in? Can you hear me? Am I plugged in? What's that?
Yeah.
Yeah, hi, can you hear me or not? Can you hear me? They can't. Yeah? Yes. Where's Laura's copy? Sorry? We were wondering why they hadn't come out.
Now it is 12:30 and a recap on the big news today. Boris Johnson reshuffle of his government. The Chancellor of the Exchequer, Sajid Javid, has resigned rather than accept direct instructions to dismiss some of his advisors. He has been replaced by the promotion of his deputy, which is soon to be new Chancellor, now scheduled to deliver the budget early next month. There have been a number of other departures.
Yeah, I think much more so. You know, there had been talk of Julian Smith maybe losing his job. But, you know, yesterday Downing Street was saying this is not going to be a Valentine's Day massacre type reshuffle. It's going to be much more moderate and modest than that. So, you know, that would normally not include getting rid of your Chancellor. Now, whether they put this to him and expected him to resign, we won't know that. But a source close to Sajid Javid has told us that, you know, they said that they wanted to get rid of his advisors. They want to really bring the two teams together, obviously more under the control of number 10. And he simply wasn't willing to accept that. So we have the promotion of Rishi Sunak, who has been tipped for promotion for a while. I'm pretty sure he didn't go in there today thinking he was going to come out as Chancellor. It does explain too why so many people have gone in there and hardly any have emerged. We were wondering whether they were in there having a brunch or sitting around chatting, but it turns out that they were waiting patiently in a queue while this was going on between the Chancellor and Boris Johnson. Now, there has been lots of rumours and talk about tension between really the advisors in number 10 and Sajid Javid's advisors, briefings to newspapers calling Sajid Javid Chino Chancellor in name only. Clearly not something that's going to go down well. So I think it's not just about his advisors potentially losing their jobs, it's about the idea that his powers would be diluted and taken away and he would be much more under the control of number 10. So very, very surprising news today coming out that Sajid Javid has resigned. Now, we haven't seen him come out of here. We've seen Priti Patel emerge. She has been reappointed as Home Secretary. Sajid Javid, whether he will come out this way, whether he'll go into number 11 where he lives, of course, to start packing, I guess. Again, not something he was expecting to do this morning. Yeah, it is. I mean, it's a long time, I think, since that happened. He did give a financial statement back in the summer, which didn't really amount to much. It was just after Boris Johnson became Prime Minister. But, you know, we are 4 weeks away from the budget. Now, Rishi Sunak will be across the detail of all of that. I mean, partly that is the job of the Chief Secretary of the Treasury. They are in all the meetings. They liaise with the other government departments about what's coming. So I don't think anyone doubts that he's up to speed, if you like, with what is going on. But it's clearly highly unusual to be in a situation 4 weeks from a budget, and the first budget that Boris Johnson's government will have delivered. Now, you know, there are decades and decades of tensions, history of tensions really, between number 10 and number 11, between chancellors and prime ministers. You know, I suppose the last comparable one is Nigel Lawson resigning, and you know, people just always feel that there is a bit of a power struggle between the two. When Downing Street and the Prime Minister, they obviously do want to know what's going on. It was always rumoured that Gordon Brown got up and delivered a budget and Tony Blair didn't know what was in it. Now that's probably slightly far-fetched, but you know, it does happen. It's obviously a difficult relationship, and it's one that really does need to work well for the whole of government to function properly. So even though at the end of all this, it might be that some in number 10 think, well, look, we've got what we wanted, we've got a different chancellor, it wasn't really working out with Sajid Javid. I don't think they expected it to happen in this way, and there will be, you know, I think disquiet amongst some Tory MPs about the way that this has happened. It will, of course, be very interesting to hear from Sajid Javid himself at some point. Whether he does that today or not, we'll have to wait and see, but we'll keep the cameras here in case he feels he does want to come out and speak to us.
Leon, Chris on today. No, he's not. Okay, well. You said
Right, where can I'll just crouch down. It's about to come out, I think. Channel. Just be ready to come, because we think Rishi Sunak might be coming out soon. Don't come to me, but just be ready to quickly go to it if he comes out. If Rishi Sunak we think might, but we don't know, but just be ready to go to it. Just keep an eye on the feed.
He was already on his way, Han.
Yeah. Don't tell Neil. He's welcome. But I'm taking credit for his disposal. He's welcome.
Alok Sharma is Business Secretary.
And I didn't tell you, you didn't tell me. It would have been easier if you just told him.
Whether that will be a capital
worse. That's cool. Switch it off so you won't get taken out. 3 flashes for like stress. 1 long one or completely fucked.
Special program coming on Saturdays. Later on this month, a live television debate with the candidates for the recorded as the Labour Party. Sophie Ridge is hosting that debate in front of a live audience in Dewsbury, a town which the Conservatives actually tried to Labour at the last election. Now that debate is happening on Thursday, February. What we're doing is, and they have a chance to ask questions you can try by visiting the politics section of our website, skynews.com. Now, we can get some thoughts now on the reshuffle so far from John Turner, the experienced the operative for the Labour Party, and also very special advisor to Andrew Rudd. Thank you for being with us. I'm going to ask you, Mary, what do you think of it so far?
I've got a charger to hand by any chance, down to 10%. Is there any way? I've got one in my bag, but can I plug it in?
And just a little bit more about Rishi Sunak. Not a household name, but I understand his wife's the daughter of an Indian billionaire.
Yeah, bring that back over. That, the one under the blue, under the green scarf. Yeah, that's it. I think that's one. Because I've got nowhere to plug it in, have I? Have you got a power supply? Yeah.
John McTurnan, you are very familiar with tensions between number 10 and number 11 from the Blair Brown years. What do you make of this crisis, Tony?
Thank you.
I mean, most do you agree with that this departure of Sajid Javid really means probably a big change in economic policy, big splurge of cash, and perhaps less financial responsibility? John McTurnan,
well, we're just waiting actually for Rishi Sunak to emerge from the door behind me. The new Chancellor, I think it's certainly fair to say that when he walked in this morning, he wasn't expecting to emerge as the Chancellor of the Exchequer. Now, for months there have been tensions, no doubt about that. Briefings from both sides, from the Treasury, from number 11 and from Downing Street, about the relationship really between the two. But I don't think anyone actually thought it would end up like this. Now, we're told that Sajid Javid went in there this morning. He was told that there was going to be a new arrangement, if you like. There would be a joint team of advisors, joint between number 10 and number 11, and clearly that is a dilution of power for a Chancellor. So yes, it might be about loyalty to his own advisors. He'd already seen one of them fired without his prior knowledge by Dominic Cummings, the Prime Minister's chief advisor. That advisor was marched out of here by an armed police officer, and the Chancellor was extremely unhappy and angry about that. So he probably wasn't willing to sit by and see it happen again. But it's not just about that loyalty to people who worked for him. It's also about power and being able to be a Chancellor who can make decisions, be in control of your team, and that clearly wasn't the plan that Number 10 had in mind. So he wasn't willing to accept that, and there may be some in Number 10 who think, well, yeah, this looks a bit messy now, it's not what people expected, it's causing a few headlines and a little bit of upset, but actually in the end they will end up with what they wanted. They will have this joint team of people, and they will have a new Chancellor. I'm just going to move out of the way in case that's him. No, it's not. Everyone getting very excited every time the door opens, waiting to see the new Chancellor emerge. Now, lots of Cabinet Ministers have gone in this morning, and we were wondering why none of them had actually come out, and it seems to be because that meeting between the Prime Minister and the Chancellor obviously went on a slightly longer than everyone was expecting. So I think there's a bit of a queue outside the door. We have seen Priti Patel, she's emerged, and Dominic Raab. They are staying in their positions as Home Secretary and Foreign Secretary. Alok Sharma has been confirmed as the new Business Secretary, taking over from Andrea Leadsom, and Julian Smith, of course, who has been fired as Northern Ireland Secretary. But no doubt about it, what the headlines are going to be, and that is the fact that Sajid Javid has resigned as Chancellor. He will leave that job having not even presented a budget. He gave a financial statement back in the summer, but he'll be the first Chancellor since 1970 not to have delivered a budget. It'll be interesting to hear what he has to say about what's been going on. Here he comes, Anisha. This is Rishi Sunak, the new Chancellor.
Hello, sir.
Do you have any powers? Number 10 inside, Chancellor? Oh, there's a look away.
Hot-footing it over there.
And we've just seen Sunak leaving Number 10, made a very quick passage across Downing Street here, back into the Treasury, where we're going to see the ministers going. John McTernan and Mel Hussein staying at this point.
No, but I think the issue here is that Dominic Cummings has come in as the Prime Minister's chief advisor. He's obviously incredibly influential. He has a lot of ideas. We've read all of that on the blogs. We know what he thinks about Whitehall, the way it works, and of course there will be people pointing the finger at him. But ultimately, Boris Johnson obviously is the Prime Minister. He knows what's going on here. I mean, if he doesn't, then that would be a different story. So he is going along with this. It might be his idea. So I don't think we can just think that Dominic Cummings has taken over the entire government and is doing what he wants here. This is being sanctioned by the person at the top. Boris Johnson is in charge. This is clearly what he wants to do. Congratulations. Are you surprised that the Chancellor's resigned? Buckland, who is the Justice Secretary, retaining his job there, and I think for Cabinet Ministers hearing about what's been going on, I mean they've all been in there for a couple of hours, some of them, clearly all probably talking about this, and the impact on government more widely. It's hard to see how that's going to pan out, but clearly it's probably shocking for the other people sitting around the Cabinet table.
Some of that will tend to return by agreeing.
Raining again.
But it is a big change to the way British politics is being done. And the reason it matters is because the people in there are the biggest spenders than the people over there.
Well, let's ask our two special advisors, or former special advisors, whether they think it can work. Is it in the nature, Mo saying, of British politics that the Chancellor and the Prime Minister can be in harmony? What do you reckon, John, will tell them how long you can joint directors between the Treasury and undertakes carry on? Not very successful. On that big question, thank you both very much indeed for joining us with your thoughts on what has turned into reshuffle day here in Westminster. The Chancellor of the Exchequer, Sajid Javid, has resigned rather than accept direct orders from number 10 Downing Street. Sajid Javid is out. He has been replaced by his deputy, Rishi Sunak, who's the new cabinet and will deliver the budget in March. A number of other key departments in the cabinet as well. We'll have a lot more reshuffle day coming out here on Sky News in just a moment.
I think I might actually be left factors. Because I can write with both hands at the time as well. So yeah, I think so. But I always look through the numbers.
Yeah, not really. Simplistic.
I'll do that. You're finished though, aren't you? Pretty soon. That helps. That's the one. One by St. Larry. Great.
Hi Sammy, you might give me that.
Comment ça
Reps, aye. It's all on audio, is it? I'll just stick with that.
Yes, I am.
Right.
Okay.
This one here? Bye, buddy.
This is Sky News Today. It's 1 o'clock. We're live from Westminster with a shock cabinet resignation during the Prime Minister's reshuffle. Sajid Javid resigned as Chancellor of the Exchequer after a row with Boris Johnson over his closest aides. The Business Secretary, Andrea Leadsom, along with colleagues Esther McVeigh and Julian Smith, has also been sacked from the cabinet. Well, good afternoon. We're here in Downing
Oh, that was bad then. Again. Morning.
That package is gone, guys. Sound's gone. Yep, yep. Yeah, I mean, yesterday I have to say we were all thinking, well, you know, this reshuffle could be a little bit on the boring side. Well, it hasn't turned out like that. Downing Street yesterday was saying it was going to be more difficult for people like Alok Sharma, who was just been given actually the promotions that have raised the eyebrows today, it's the resignation. So we understand that cabinet ministers came in here this morning. They were expecting to see the Prime Minister pretty promptly. In the end, actually, they were in a bit of a queue because Sajid Javid had gone in first. He was was told by the Prime Minister he wanted him to stay in post, but he wanted things to change. A difference in the team. They wanted a joint team of advisors between number 10 and number 11. Sajid Javid also would have had to have sacked some of his advisors. So this is partly him resigning in loyalty to those advisors that have worked for him. He'd already seen one of his advisors marched out of here having been sacked, marched out by an armed policeman. He wasn't prepared to do that again. But be in no doubt this is about power as well. Number 10 wanted to control the message, wanted to control the policies, and Sajid Javid realising that actually this was taking away his influence and his power. So in his place, Rishi Sunak, a meteoric rise for someone who was a housing minister not very long ago. He walked out of here a few minutes ago with a smile on his face, but actually a lot of work to do because we are only 4 weeks away from a budget. So Sajid Javid leaving the role as Chancellor, having never delivered one. Sorry, you said that just as I was finishing, so that's fine.
Thank you very much indeed. And a reminder, it's not just people changing the Tory party. We have a special programme coming up on Sky News later this month. It will be a live television debate with the contenders to be Labour's next leader, replacing Jeremy Corbyn. Sophie Ridge.
Do you want to come back to me?
From the live audience.
What?
A town.
What now? Sleeping horrid.
That debate is coming to February. And if you like to look at the media, or the results of
Yeah, what was the job Rishi Sunak was supposed to be getting? Someone's going to get a massive promotion.
A lot happening there. We'll be with
Guys, are you coming back to me? I presume not. Right, I really need to go to Blue Bay. They want me to do one straight after. I don't think they can do that.
I don't know, very...
I don't think so. I think they want me to do something after the one, but just check tennis. Oh my god, I'm shivering.
I don't agree.
Right, just check.
But I mean, I think I'm going to have to this is
I reckon I could go now, actually, think about it. You just keep that all, are you staying or are you being relieved? Look at that all, it's all there, and I'll come back home, we can go now. I've just gone over to 1 Parliament Street. Right, if I do that,
yeah.
I'll leave
Yeah,
that
yeah.
there.
Well, so do the talk about it.
the tab, the talk bar. Oh, it's on my thing. So he arranges here with the government so the job
Take a break, then he takes a break, and hey, okay, let's take a break too. Bye. Alright, we're gonna stop and I'm gonna break.
Yeah, okay, cool.
Okay, so
Yeah.
I'm gonna break and we're gonna hopefully by then.
Yeah.
Hello.
But by then there'll be no more cabinet left.
Yeah. Like I think
yeah.
it is 7. I only like 6
Yeah,
hours.
go.
Like it feels like it's been a long time, but I don't feel it that bad. So it's like this.
Yeah, go. I'll come over. Huh? Yeah, just leave it.
No, that's a yes. That's a definite yes.
I got a crust coming in, by the way.
You're breaking your fingers. You're not a fan.
Hopefully hearing regional anthem.
Like 2 seconds before number 10.
You've seen the door open up.
Really high, and then so high.
Hey Dennis, hearing you loud and clear. Hello Dennis.
I'll come over there.
I'm interested in this if you're listening. I don't know how much you've got to hear the music down in the background. himself has not been doing any media commentary today, no interviews from him, but one commentator did say that he lacked dynamism. Nonetheless, that hadn't stopped Chris Kimball holding 3 ministerial jobs over the last 3 years, but his most recent one as Universities and Science Minister was definitely the one that he most enjoyed. He has, though, today taken it graciously. He put out on Twitter this comment. He says, "Got a promotion in the reshuffle to be a better dad with more time to spend with this gorgeous little one." His daughter Ottilie, one of his 3 fairly young children. Now, another minister who'd been thought to be at risk was Jacob Rees-Mogg of North East Somerset. It followed some comments he made.
Here we go, lad. Afternoon, sir.
In the House of Commons to take questions as Leader of the House and put speculation to rest. So he went on to extol the virtues of the government, for whom he shall remain in post as Leader of the House. Not remaining in the government, though, is that Bristol brought up Sajid Javid, who's resigned today as Chancellor. It does mean he'll have more time to come down to the West Country and visit his mum, who still lives in the city. We will be watching the comings and goings here in Downing Street throughout the rest of the afternoon. We expect many more ministerial appointments and movements right through into this evening. Who was it that arrived? Right. Oh, right. Right. Know the name, wouldn't know the face.
Oh yeah, she's on the list.
Yeah, well, yeah.
Heads up, lads. Heads up.
I don't have to put many barrels around like that.
Afternoon, lads. Afternoon. Bye. Name is sweat up right. And the other guy was Oliver down. Heads up, lads. Heads up.
I don't have to put many barrels around like that.
Well, Chris Skidmore himself isn't doing any interviews today, but one Westminster watcher said, well, he lacked dynamism. Nonetheless, that hadn't held him back. Over the past 3 years, he'd held no fewer than 3 ministerial posts. Most recently, he was a Minister for Universities of Science, and he told me only recently that was the one that he'd most enjoyed. However, today he's taken it graciously. He put out on Twitter this tweet. He said, got a promotion in the reshuffle to be a better dad with more time to spend with this gorgeous little one. His daughter Ottilie, born fairly recently. He has 3 children in total. Now, another minister who had been thought to be at risk is Jacob Rees-Mogg of North East Somerset. Now, people may recall he made some controversial comments about the Grenfell House fire. That was before the election. He was subsequently gagged, and there'd been a lot of talk as to whether he would survive. Well, he remains in his place as leader of the House. We know that because he was in the Commons today, answering questions, doing his job, and making light of all that speculation. And he went on to extol the virtues of the government, of which he remains a senior member. Somebody who is no longer in that government, of course, Sajid Javid, resigning as Chancellor. He was brought up in Bristol, and will have more time to get to see his mum, who still lives in the city. Now, we'll be here through the afternoon, watching the comings and goings here in Downing Street, watching to see whether any other West MPs are going to be perhaps promoted. One name to look out for, Danny Kruger, the new MP for Devizes, used to be Boris Johnson's political secretary here at 10 Downing Street.
Doing the same job. Doing the same job.
All right, lad. I mean, you're just renting.
yesterday we were being told by Downing Street to expect a modest reshuffle. That is not how it has turned out. Now, tensions I think had been really ratcheting up a bit between number 11 and number 10 Downing Street. There had been trouble brewing for a while. During the election campaign, Sajid Javid making it clear that he wasn't prepared to accept lots of very, very large spending pledges for the election campaign, wanting to make sure that he kept a grip on spending. Now, in the end, Boris Johnson did go along with that. But what's happened here is that Sajid Javid went in this morning, everyone expecting him to just be reconfirmed as Chancellor. He was given the option of staying, but in new circumstances. Those circumstances being that there would then be a joint team of advisors, joint team between number 10 and number 11, and he would have to get rid of his own advisors. Now, he wasn't willing to accept that, so decided to resign. This is partly about loyalty to those people who worked for him, partly because he'd seen this happen before. One of his advisors in the early days was sacked by Dominic Cummings, the Prime Minister's chief advisor, marched out of here by an armed police officer. Sajid Javid was given no hint that that was about to happen. So he clearly didn't want to see it go on again, but it's about more than that. It's about power and where power resides, and that's always been a source of tension between Downing Street and the Treasury, between Prime Ministers and Chancellors. It's gone on for a very, very long time, but on this occasion it's ended in this rupture, and really only after a few months in the job, Sajid Javid will be leaving a Chancellor who never got to deliver the budget. Yeah, I mean, I think the other surprise maybe for some was the sacking of Julian Smith, the Northern Ireland Secretary. Now that really because he was able to make sure that those talks got going to get Stormont up and running after more than 2 years, and that was seen as a huge achievement, and he's been praised, very high praise from all sides really, from Arlene Foster, the leader of the DUP, from the Irish Taoiseach, Leo Varadkar, saying that he is one of the best politicians of the generation for getting this achieved. So from all sides of the community in Northern Ireland and in Ireland itself, but having achieved that hasn't saved him his job, and I think partly that's because he was openly critical about some of the things that were going on in the early days of Boris Johnson's government. He was very worried about a no-deal Brexit and said so, and that probably hasn't been good.
Does she not have a coat? She must be cold.
Afternoon, Mum. They want to control the message, they want to control cabinet ministers too. And I think actually the departure of Sajid Javid is going to be quite a moment for the others sitting around the cabinet table. The fact that they will be looking and thinking, well look, no one is safe here, anything could happen, and that of course has the advantage of the Prime Minister of keeping everyone in line.
Yeah, I mean, what's interesting here is that Prime Ministers recently have been very mindful of, the gender gap, if you like, and that there is at the top table, and they do use this attending cabinet role, which I think, sometimes can be a bit of a cheat. There are people who are not cabinet ministers, they're not paid as cabinet ministers, they are allowed to attend. Thank you very much. To cabinet minister, I'm not sure what she's got yet, possibly international development. But there's an issue here, and Esma McVeigh is one of those who attended cabinet. Now don't forget Nicky Morgan, the culture secretary. She has made it clear that she is standing down as far as we know. So actually that's another woman who will be leaving cabinet. So what Downing Street are saying is that they're preparing for the future. It's about future generations. They're going to, over the next few months, promote women, some who don't have very much experience, some who have a new intake from the last couple of general elections. They'll be brought up to the very junior ranks so they can prove themselves, get experience, and then they will be there with that experience to be promoted in the coming years. But at the moment, there just aren't that many women at the level just down from cabinet, and so that's why there are fewer women in cabinet, nowhere near 50-50.
one side cut.
Someone just say Rees-Mogg, where? Someone just said Rees-Mogg, I don't know if they've seen him. Hey?
Before I do the next one.
I can't go too far that way because of the camera.
That's great, Simon. Thank you so much for that. Yeah, I'm going to do the same for you when you're not expecting. You know what, I'm going to make that little thing disappear. Fuck off! Why are you doing that? I'm just fucking in the middle of deleting it. Sorry. What are you doing?
There won't be anything before 2, I don't think. Have you got a new job? Can you tell us what it is?
Sorry. My bad.
She remains international trade. She was already there. They've just given it to Alec. No, they haven't. That's just a complete lie. Won't she just be like the rail minister? Like, that's the point of the rail transport minister. But I don't know, it's a bit weird, isn't it? But the person everyone was predicting was going to do it got sacked, so. Well, he hasn't been in yet, but he's not been sacked. No, because they've done this, did all the sackings this morning. I mean, he could be demoted. You know the Chancellor's resigned, right? Seriously, the Chancellor's resigned. No, really, I'm not joking. Well, he was given the option of staying, but on new terms. Well, it's possible, isn't it? I don't know, because he could have said, I'll stay. You know, they never quite know, do they? Yeah. Someone coming to replace me? What? I'm gonna have to ask them for 1 hour where I can go and get some proper food. I can't stay here till 6. Oh my god, it's freezing, it's gonna rain. 7 Downing Street's been renumbered 10A. Ramsey Jones, former Spad. There goes Saj.
There is a mosque here. Very much indeed. Thanks for everything. Have fun.
Sorry, I got my earpiece. No, this is the replacement one. I've had my fitting done and I'm getting it next week. They just won't let you, yeah, they make you do it every few years.
You can have to see if you'd rather.
I might have to think. Yeah, I think so. I think it's going to chuck it down, don't you?
I'm opening the chance.
No face. Some of us have been like, oh, I have that actually. I mean, most people are, right? So don't tell me you were born here. Thank God for that.
Here we go. Such a job before
new Chancellor today. He is no longer in the job on the backbenches. The shortest lived Chancellor in history. A Chancellor who would never have given a budget. First time for a Chancellor to be ousted since Margaret Thatcher occupied the building behind me. Yes, dramatic day in Downing Street today. Sajid Javid was offered the job of Chancellor by Boris Johnson but declined it because he didn't like the terms and conditions.
Sorry.
Prime Minister Sajid Javid is sacked. Ministerial advisory team around him, special advisors are becoming increasingly prominent feature.
Wondering whether he needs to go.
Because Boris Johnson in Downing Street. Boris Johnson wanted to set up a joint group of people running number 10 and number 11. Now, traditionally, Downing Street and the Treasury have been two autonomous, separate organisations. This would be the first time there was a merger of some of the staff working for both. Sajid Javid decided he couldn't put up with that.
It's over that shoulder. Who's in at the moment? I don't really know. Lost track.
Freedom to operate, particularly as he had two special advisors fired by Dominic Cummings, the Prime Minister's right-hand man, just in the autumn, which didn't like what could be much about. He decided to take a stand, trying to refuse the budge, and he's out. He is replaced by Rishi Sunak, a 39-year-old Brexiteer, one of the youngest figures to enter into the Treasury, who must now write a budget by March the 12th. This is an argument not just about spin, not just about three things authorised and unauthorised about Sajid Javid or Johnson by either side. This goes to the heart of what the purpose of this government is. Over in the building behind me, Downing Street want to level up. They want to make a difference in the 5 years before the next general election. Over in the Treasury, they've managed to win a battle, but there should be limits on the amount that this government can spend. There's tension between the Treasury and Downing Street, as there always is. But today, two sides clash.
Okay.
And a powerful Boris Johnson who brought back that 80-strong majority prevailed. Probably the most important next casualty on the list is Julian Smith, Northern Ireland Secretary. He was appointed when Boris Johnson came to power and pulled off something remarkable too. Managed to get the Stormont Assembly back up and running in Northern Ireland. Of course, that was down unused for several years. He managed to do a deal that brought the DUP and Sinn Féin both back round the government table, and that devolved administration is now governing Northern Ireland again from Westminster. Yet despite that coup at the end of January, he too is out, and there's a wave of acclaim from his period in office, not least from the Irish Prime Minister, Theo Varadkar, possibly himself on his way out, praising Julian Smith's work.
Hello.
The thing about Julian Smith, rather like Sajid Javid, there was a question of trust.
Well, I did, but I don't think anyone's that bothered.
Julian Smith went to the wall in the autumn, to war about the
Let's not go on that.
No deal Brexit. You remember once upon a time.
I know, I'm not even
leaving the European Union without.
Well, it just means it's one. Yeah, it's Nicky Morgan's job.
Julian Smith thought that was a bad idea, was against it, he didn't want to see the consequences that would happen in Ireland as a result. And may even have been contemplating resigning himself. To such an extent was the uncertainty around him that at one point Downing Street was considering sacking him before he resigned. That was then, fast forward to today, this Downing Street decided they can't take the risk. Somebody who's prepared to do that. So they asked Boris Johnson or Julian Smith into his Commons office this morning to let him go. There's a number of people to be let go, including Christopher Benson.
Okay.
Coffee, both of whom have gone to the government, and there are more appointments in that place today behind me. New names to Cabinet: Anne-Marie Trevelyan has just been appointed Development Secretary to Trust. He kept his third job in trade, while Matt Hancock has also been released. The reshuffle is doing. Sorry?
Okay. mean, yesterday we were told it was going to be pretty modest, or that, as you say, is not how it's turned out. Sajid Javid going in today to see the Prime Minister, presumably fully expecting to come out as Chancellor, but really he was told you can stay, but on terms that, you know, I just think it was impossible for him to accept. Told that there was going to be a new arrangement whereby number 10 and number 11 were going to work much more closely together, meaning in effect actually number 10 wanted to take control of all of this, and also that he would have to get rid of his own advisors. There'd be a joint team of advisors. So yes, loyalty to those who worked for him. He wasn't prepared to accept that because it's happened before that one of his advisors got sacked without him being told in advance. But it's all about power and where power lies, and there's a history of tension between number 11 number 10, between prime ministers and chancellors, but this really was number 10 saying we want to take control of this situation and take control of you. Are you pleased with your new job, sir?
Yes, of course, thank you.
Well done.
Left the building. So I think really Sajid Javid, you know, just not able to accept the terms of that. So, you know, some saying this is like constructive dismissal, that Downing Street must have known that he wouldn't be able to accept those terms. So in his place is Rishi Sunak, someone who has had a meteoric rise. I mean, he's really highly thought of by people who've worked with him in other departments. He's really highly thought of by the Prime Minister. He's very able, but there's no doubt about it. He's incredibly inexperienced. So some might say he could be controlled more by number 10 than maybe Sajid Javid was. You know, and tensions have been brewing with the former Chancellor for a while, you know, not just about their advisors briefing the newspapers about each other, but about things during the general election, for example, where Sajid Javid didn't want these very expensive spending pledges, even though some in number 10 did think that that was the way to win the election. He wanted to make sure that fiscally they were still being quite careful about balancing the books. So quite a few tensions already, but you know, not many people predicted it was going to explode in this way today. Yeah, I mean, again, his name was mentioned a while back and then it seemed to go away. I mean, partly, of course, because he managed to achieve what not many other Secretaries of State in Northern Ireland have managed to do over the last couple of years, which is to get those talks going, to get Stormont back up and running. And as we've seen from the fulsome praise from all sides of the community there and in Ireland today, he was very highly thought of too by those working, civil servants working in Northern Ireland. But, you know, that hasn't saved him, and I think that's partly, you know, we talk about Downing Street wanting to control things. They want to control the message. They want real discipline. And Julian Smith was someone who, you know, spoke to the camera, spoke to journalists a few months back, saying that the idea of a no-deal Brexit would be incredibly damaging for Northern Ireland. He spoke out about that, and he was also speaking about how he was unhappy about the suspension of Parliament, that prorogation row that happened last autumn. So, you know, I just think they don't want people there who are going to rock the boat in any way, despite what will be seen as their achievements. Thank you.
Thank you for dropping in, Andy.
Vicky, once we shouted Simon Hart, I think we should shout, are you going to tell Dominic Cummings where to stick it? Secretary of State.
I was thinking, what the hell should we shout at him earlier? What job do you think you've got?
When, are you going to tell Dominic Cummings where to stick it, Mr. Hart? I think it's I'll do it if you back me up with something else treaty.
Are you scared of me?
Would you lay your job on the line for your special advisor, Mr. Hart?
Would you lay your job on the line for?
I'll do the first one if you do the second. Oh, I'm going to battle it. It's a bit easier for me. This is a number. You can go up and down. Red is bad. That was fun, wasn't it? When you go through the presentation, they've got access to their data. I mean, the Treasury's always been on. Yeah, but if you put an advisor, like a lot of documents, like there's always been separation. I think that's right. But it's like, think about Richie. I've got a baby. Is that the same?
What? Yay! Let's do a dance.
I'll see what Prime Minister says.
Are you relieved?
Please.
You didn't hear that? It's Gavin Williamson.
Gavin over.
Gavin. Tarantula.
What's up, Huawei?
You just asked if that's for a coffee.
Two flat ones.
Hannah.
Would you say your special advisor, Mr. Williamson?
Afternoon, sir.
Tell Dominic how many places to take it. Hello. Sorry, no, sorry. I don't know if it's a Sam. Sorry, I thought you were saying Sam. It's just a Sam in the package. Sorry. Well, I mean, what I was going to say was, like, there are just people coming in and out, so we could do a hit on, you know, before the like just after 1:30 or something that wraps up everything that's happened. Would that work? Would that work for you? No worries. Oh look. Oh, it's George Euston.
Yay!
A hallmark of quality government. He's like
First cabinet minister from my hometown.
Oh, this is a British standard type mark on any administration.
Basically, it's trying to get out my photo of him on the school bus.
Oh, Larry. The removal back.
What's the promotion?
You excited about the job?
I'm always excited about it.
George Eustace with an I. From my hometown. Yeah.
Just messaged me to say, I hope you said So this is full range. So what's the celebration?
Where are they?
Mr. Jenrick. Right on the road.
Open for promotion, Mr. Jenrick.
69 Testament Bay, Mr. Jenrick.
You missed that, you jabbed.
Why not? Well, the briefing is all meant to be just the class 4 briefing.
It's a bit weird that one, isn't it?
Yeah. We just go down. You're through. Hello, we've got lots of comings and goings and announcements for people. Oliver Dowd is now the Culture Secretary. Teresa Villiers, Teresa Coffey is Dubai, and she's Donny, and a couple other things. Do you want to do it for half-past up stuff?
Oh my god.
No. I want the full page. Hello. There'll be quite a lot of announcements and comings and goings. Do you want to kind of quit up some of just the latest? Oliver Dowd and the Culture Secretary, you know, and all that kind of stuff. Teresa. Cool. Yeah, no, I was just suggesting there's quite a lot happening. It can be quick. It can be quick. I can do it quick. Okay. Okay, fine. We're going to do something fairly interesting.
I mean, that was even bad for you, Tom.
So they don't get harassed by cameras down now, is it?
Kind of break. Go on.
So when it comes up,
Yeah.
it's going to be the last one, right? So
Yeah.
it's got after one of these, bring it to the rear.
Actually,
like to be at the end of the line, back of the field.
actually, I'm told they just finished. David Jones is the new help. Why are you better than David Jones? Oh! Hang on. No worries. No worries. Okay, I've changed my mind, Vicky. Vicky, I've changed my mind. I'm going to miss this one. Vicky's got some really cool weapons. Vicky, the meanest question. Ray.
Huh?
It's Grand Chat. Lazy Grand Chat, can't be asked for.
Ah, I thought they say taps, like, have a look.
Taps, chaps.
Or maybe that one is below, yeah.
He's been talking to me. One, huh?
Telegraph, you can probably kept them on it.
I should keep it in the souvenir.
Anne-Marie Trevelyan is different. Just that I know the news.
God, it's
That was the drama of the morning when Sunday Jabber kind of bucked up before it got over his age and went. But now we're at the business end of the reshuffle. A number of cabinet ministers have been confirmed as staying in their place, Macron staying in health, Truss staying in trade. A number of new names have emerged as well. Anne-Marie Trevelyan, 50-year-old former accountant, prominent Brexiteer, has gone to the International Development Department. Oliver Dowden, the 40-year-old Tory official, Chelsea Arman, is now the Culture Secretary replacing Nicky Morgan. Also, a number of people have gone in. Theresa Coffey, she survived, she went in a few minutes ago, as did Alok Sharma, who came out as Business Secretary. Suella Braverman, another prominent figure, prominent Brexiteer for the ERG, she's gone in. We haven't heard what job she's got yet. George Eustice, himself, former farmer, at one point joined UKIP and left again to her work for the third party, but Jamie Cameron Spring Doctor has gone in. Wouldn't be a surprise if he ended up a death for the environment party. So it's still ongoing. This is going to go late into the night. The cabinet should be done by mid-afternoon, late afternoon, and then there'll be the junior ranks after that.
Sorry? Are you doing 3 o'clock? I'm doing 3, then I'm going to go because I've got to heat up and I'll come back for 5. So I don't know what they're doing for 4. They've got loads of guests, but someone could do it from Millbank, quite frankly. What? Well, I'm doing 3, but I've got to go and get some food. I've been here for hours and I'm fucking hungry. You've only been here a bloody hour? Who's doing 5? Oh, who's doing 5? Oh. Right, here we go. Reed's coffee, work and pension. The Weller's got an Attorney General. What? Hey?
Wasn't that meant to be Lucy Fraser?
She might have to be Chief Secretary of the Treasury now. Who's going to do that? Is that always a cabinet position?
Very pleased. Very pleased. Delighted, thank you.
Mom. I didn't know about that one, yeah. We're going to roll it. Yeah, it's a bit of a ride.
Oh God. Right. Oh, I'm sort of still with you. Hello.
My email's completely down. I'm not getting
Okay.
like WhatsApp is working like a dream. So I just WhatsApp stuff and
Oh God, Shaps. Shaps come out. Oh, that's quite interesting. Yeah, he did go in ages ago. He went, but I think they're moving him. Oh God, okay. Have I got my... I can't remember who's in there. Okay, gone. Oh. I'm slightly losing track actually. Right, so still in there. Ben Wallace was Defence Secretary when he went in. There were some rumours about him losing his job and that he was fighting to keep his job, but on the way in he looked pretty cheerful. Grant Shapps, the Transport Secretary, also in there. So they haven't emerged yet. And George Eustace has gone in. Now he's Minister of State at Department of Environment. I think very likely that he'll be promoted to be the Secretary of State at that job, and actually he's one of the few ministers who's been around for a while. He was brought in by David Cameron in that department and has been there ever since, apart from a couple of months when he himself resigned and then was brought back again. I think the big question now is who's going to be Chief Secretary to the Treasury. Obviously that was the job that Rishi Sunak had. He has been made Chancellor somewhat unexpectedly, to us at least, so they will need to find someone to fill that role, which is pretty crucial at the moment because we are only 4 weeks from a budget. Now whether any of the people that are in there at the moment could be moved to that, I don't know. We'll have to wait and see when they can come out. Suella Braverman has been given the job of Attorney General, so that is a promotion for her, formerly a Brexit minister. She's been off on maternity leave. She is back now and promoted to the cabinet. So another female member of the cabinet replacing the couple that have been sacked. And Therese Coffey has just left and she is back at her job as Work and Pension Secretary. It's freezing.
Just someone? Okay.
Hannah. Hannah.
Hannah. Afternoon. Afternoon, sir.
Getting a new job, sir?
you go onto the interweb, find the video of the team, which is used as a promotional I can't recommend it more highly, because you will have brought, even before you watch it, with yourself, there is a preconception what to confirm, but you double down on the previous view of once you watch that video. Anyway, what's that? Fernandez. It's Fernandez Bremerman's wedding, you know. How I laugh. What's he done? Yeah.
Sorry, I'm now actually shaking this car. No, it's fine. I'm just going in it. you pleased with your new job?
The judges and the lawyers. You're going to do battle with the legal profession as well. What do you mean on camera 2? Yes, there is. Yes, there is. There is. Yes. There's just a very
Brett Maggie just fell off the seat.
They just did it for somebody on camera 2. Yeah, but there's top secret.
Right, there's loads of them still in there. What's going on? There's clearly something going on because they've been in there ages. Any attendance? Oh, they've got him. I'm going home. Okay.
Cool, yeah, first sounds good. Here we go.
The latest is that Gavin Williamson has kept his job as Education Secretary, so the majority of people walking through that door are staying in the same positions. There have been a couple of changes, a couple of promotions, Suella Braverman becoming Attorney General, replacing Jeff Cox, but of course no doubt about the headline, which is the departure of Sajid Javid, the Chancellor, and really, you know, I think given an option that he couldn't accept. Now, whether Downing Street knew that they were doing that is another matter. There had certainly been trouble brewing between number 11 and number 10. There are, of course, often tensions between chancellors and prime ministers. We could see from briefings in the papers over the last few months that something was going on. Now, whether that was just between advisors, both trying to wrestle power from each other and get the upper hand, it seems it was more than that. And this plan now to have a joint team of advisors is all about number 10 really taking control as much as they can of the Treasury, and it was something that Sajid Javid wasn't prepared to go along with. Now, he was asked to sack his advisors. He wasn't willing to do that, but he could also see that this wasn't just about personnel. This was about power. This is about the say that he would have over economic policy, and he leaves this job as a Chancellor who's never got to deliver a budget. Yeah, I mean, it's interesting. I'm just going to move out of the way because here comes Gavin Williamson, who we know has just been reappointed as Education Secretary. Yeah, I couldn't think of anything to say. I mean, he's staying in his job, isn't he? Yeah, only 7 months ago there was a huge reshuffle because Boris Johnson came in, took over from Theresa May and cleared out a whole load of her ministers. So in some ways people were saying, well, hang on a minute, what's the point of another reshuffle? Now, we're talking about Dominic Cummings there. He is the chief advisor to the Prime Minister. We know he's got lots of ideas about the civil service, about Whitehall, about changing the way that things work, and he's obviously looked at that dynamic between the Treasury, number 11, number 10, and how that works. Now, over the years, it has been a source of tension between various characters, of course, including probably most famously Gordon Brown and Tony Blair, but they did remain friends, they did remain on the same side of things. I think the problem here is that Sajid Javid, seeing the briefings in the paper about him not really having any real power during the election, did make it clear he didn't want to have these huge spending promises that maybe could be kept. So, you know, you could say they got what they wanted at the end of the day, possibly. You've got Rishi Sunak, someone who's pretty inexperienced, so they're very highly thought of. But there'll be a lot of people thinking, well, look, he is going to do what number 10 tell him to do. I think worth remembering here, though, Dominic Cummings is an advisor. All of this is coming from the top. It comes from Boris Johnson. He knows perfectly well what is going on. He, of course, would have sanctioned what went on today. That was Simon Hart, who is the Welsh Secretary, and I'm pretty sure will still be the Welsh Secretary. I can predict that one. What are you? What are you, Simon? Thank you. I was on air. I missed it.
Who's going? I fucked it up as well. But you were on air, so I didn't know they gave you like bellow. I did do what you laid out your career for a special advisor. But just not with the confident bellow. See, you had a bust up there. Yeah. Alan was telling you what to do.
Yeah, that's all good. Right, I'm going to go for a break. Get some food. Right, where is serving food at this hour? My charger is in there. Oh, hang on, I can do it through there. We've got to unplug it. Sorry. Just lift it up. Or, yeah. Thank you. Right, Helen Catt's coming down for a hit. Well, she's coming now, yeah.
Crocodile tears, rest of McVeigh, Mr. Jenrick.
purple with red.
Yeah, I'll just
I feel great.
Robert Jennery. I why don't you like if it's really fun, we could just run it on Twitter, or maybe we'll just run it on run it later on the channel in a sort of half hour. But I've been taking the piss with all of this. So you should have a decent, yeah. So yeah. Yeah, well, they're all like everything we could. Go on, let's do it before the later together. It's really fun. Yes, cheers. Brilliant. Cheers. Thanks a lot. Thank you. Did you hear the Daily Telegraph? I'm trying to get mine to do a little sequence rather than all together. No, you can just do a sequence and like throw that one in the middle. No, but if you run them back to back. Look, we have so many. You know what I mean? So the opposite. Stop having fun with the other correspondents. What about the 4,000 BBC viewers?
Hello, afternoon. Afternoon.
Vicky. Who? Amanda. She'll be coming after long. She'll have just had the update. Quite a lot more is happening. Just to kind of signify. I'll do it on. I won't do it on Patrick Javid. I'll sort of mention that at the start and go with the next most significant point of being quite a break. Yeah, brilliant. So there's a whole lady of Luella Braverman coming out. She'll be the person I'm talking about first. we're into that part of the reshuffle now where new names come forward. So when a prominent record here, barrister herself, has been given the job of Attorney General. Now, at the Prime Minister's question time a couple of weeks ago, she made quite clear her views on the way that the judicial system operates at the moment. She seems to be in place that we want a reformer in that role of Attorney General, taking on lawyers, taking on the courts, taking on the judicial system. Another new name, Oliver Dowden. He's a fixer, David Cameron, well regarded by the Office Culture Secretary. You can't find anything that he said about the BBC. That will be his responsibility, amongst other things, when he gets into the job. Anne-Marie Trevelyan, yet another prominent Brexiteer, becomes the International Development Secretary. She will, a robust, formidable individual, she makes her name as the number 2 in the ERG, hard Brexiteer as well. Boris Johnson, rewarding people who supported Brexit, who were there in the law market without the government, and ensuring that this government, more so than the one he appointed the President was, no, I just think, yeah, sort of often the children kind of what the business is kind of. Cool. Brilliant. Cool.
I thought you were just going to make me turn in circles for the fuck of it. Honestly. Big promotion to Raven used to be the Brexit minister. No longer exists. Her role was actually down in the street at the moment. As we speak, so it's politics. The Attorney General. Brexit Secretary Steve Barclay actually inside Downing Street at the moment. He's the leader of the Commons, Jacob Rees-Mogg, because of the speculation of the campaign. Microphone. I don't have. Is that mine? Just occurred to me. I'm like, hang on. Just shout really loud. It'll be fine. Honestly, they'll just.
Pardon?
Yeah, you can't control
Hang on. Did you knife Paul Freeman, Mr. Dapp? Did you get him back?
Well, I just said, when is it?
Rod Shapp, I think Rod Shapp thought I was going to shout something nice. He looked at the pumps and Freeman. Sorry, I've been amused all the time. I mean, it's just I want what are the things I want you to power, and you like you think that that's a bad thing to around. Right, so the latter one is the full so the quiz question for this reshuffle. We should see that. I don't think Yeah, and it'll be going, it'll be famous, and it'll be famous and just like that. I did pick up a bit of it.
Here we go, here we go. Voila. What a laugh. I mean, I always think that.
Maybe just walking back to the MOD. Tell him, bring the car around the front.
He's got his officer.
Did we get back safely? Hello, how are you? Yeah. Yeah, we can do him. In my mind, I'll do a bit of Julian Smith. So Sajid, Sajid and then Rishi, Julian Smith, and then Ben Wallace and somebody else can come in and come in. Do you want to do? Should we do it as one question on Sajid and then one question on everything else? Treasury officer serves about He's in that job. He's got it. He agrees with the thing that Sandy Jackson said. It's a big change.
Yeah, there's quite a few people still in Downing Street at the moment, but the latest we've had is there is a new Northern Ireland secretary, that is Brandon Lewis, who was a Home Office Minister. He was Julian Smith, who was sacked this morning. Of course, Julian Smith helped restoring power sharing at Stormont. Brandon Lewis will now pick up that task. Let's have a quick look and see. Brandon Lewis, in fact, just bringing out the highlight. It's a new Northern Ireland. For Julian Smith being expressed earlier, as I think Chris mentioned earlier. In the last hour also we've seen a sort of the appointments that aren't changing, if you like. So there's no change at the Scotland office, none at the Wales, Transport, Education, Defence, they are all staying the same, as is Work and Pensions. There's been a big promotion for Suella Braverman, the former Brexit minister. She is now the Attorney General, but of course the big news here still remains that first appointment of the day, that shock resignation of Sajid Javid, his replacement with Rishi Sunak. We don't yet know who is going to replace Rishi Sunak in his former role as Chief Secretary to the Treasury. Yes, Leo Varadkar praising his work. Actually, there's been a lot of people coming forward and praising Julian Smith's work. As I mentioned, he was instrumental in getting the power sharing arrangement back up and running at Stormont after it hadn't been in operation for 3 years, and that did get back up and running again. So I think there was a degree of perhaps surprise that he had gone, and certainly a lot of support for him and the way he worked with people to get that up and running again. We've gone through most of the major appointments, but we are still waiting for, as I said, the Chief Secretary to the Treasury to see who is going to take up that role, which of course was the role that Rishi Sunak was holding. We know that Steve Barclay, the former Brexit Secretary, we think he is in Downing Street. Now, of course, his cabinet role disappeared when the countdown clock hit midnight on the walls behind me in Downing Street on the 31st of January. Will he now have a new position? We'll have to wait and see. And we're also waiting to hear what will happen to Jacob Rees-Mogg, the leader of the House of Commons, who is also believed inside. Thank you. I have no idea. Let's get this done.
What the hell, man? I mean,
Oh, that's so
yeah.
annoying.
She's on
Good afternoon. Thank you. Good afternoon.
Understand the idea of photography.
Is that all done now for this?
drill. Small, yeah, so obviously, yeah, it's, they needed some first round. Coming out the UJ, we've got. Draw. Twig, you know that 1.5 mil, I don't know whether it's 1.5 mil. No. Yeah, a lot for the non-DC. The normally is some Alright?
Yeah. I'll tell everybody to come. Fine. In about 1 minute. So you're keeping up. Cool. I always look like this. I put a light
Hello, Jad. Sorry, I was talking to Chris Forward. So, thanks. Well, go ahead. By the way, I'm listening. Yeah. And then we take our foot back, alright? Yeah, okay, that's right. The big parking, because at a certain stage, the big parking, so I thought doors without your arm in hand. Yeah, and I'm grateful. And I'm assuming Job is glad to. Yeah, brilliant. Yeah, I'll do it on the car. Yeah, definitely. And I think we
Hello. Okay, I'll just it now. Hello. Cheers, bye.
How are you? I'm good, yeah, I'm good.
I mean, to be honest, I just don't think we're having any actual anything really different. It's tangible. And there is a fuller. Over and over and over, not deliberately copied and pasted. Good. Okay, I better go. Good luck. Hi, how's it going? Hi guys, how's it going? Good. Great.
indeed, that was another part of this very long briefing. Journalists didn't know exactly who came to the Prime Minister's stay and how it ended up the same as Russell did. As the donor for that, he then spoke to us last night and said that actually no, he didn't pay a penny for it. The Prime Minister spoke to the Post word very carefully today. He said that David Ross had updated his statement that was given last night, and in fact said that he did facilitate the stay, that all the relevant transparency requirements have been met, and the Cabinet Office must have penny that it was appropriate. Now, there were lots of questions about whether David Ross owned the unit the Prime Minister stayed in, and if he didn't, who did, and the repeated line was that the stay was facilitated by Mr. Ross. Now, there have been some suggestions that perhaps it wasn't Keith Miller, but there was some timeshare agreement that actually he wasn't likely to be able to loan that villa to the Prime Minister. There are some pretty significant questions remaining for Boris Johnson about who paid for it and why, crucially, he is unable to say explicitly who did. Because £15,000 is quite a lot of money for a holiday. That's what the Prime Minister paid more than, the Prime Minister felt comfortable to take it every holiday. Why doesn't he pay for it himself? And again, still a company at the benefit of the time. They are clear and they are sure that they are happy with all the purchases that Thank you very much.
Yeah, we all came into the day expecting the top jobs to all stay the same. As you say, blown out the water this morning, and the main reason for that reasons that the chance of a massive deal is that the budget is 4 weeks yesterday. It's coming up very soon. There's a lot of work still to be done. Now, the line from number 10 from the PM spokesman is that that work will continue at pace, that Rishi Sunak, who's now in the Treasury, was already involved in his previous job. But really interesting that number 10 wouldn't explicitly say that the fiscal rules which Sajid Javid had set out were going to stay. So there are still a lot of questions about exactly what this change is going to mean. Also, no names for who is going to oversee that new unit. There's a lot of people speculating around Westminster that it will be the PM's chief advisor, Dominic Cummings, that will play a key role. It's alright. Sorry, it's my big ears. Or my wee ears, actually. Sorry, I'll let you go.
Did she walk around the corner?
I think so. I think you're back to Helen. Or back to someone. Hi, Andy. How's it going? Thank you.
everybody. Downing Street.
There's one clear winner today. The Prime Minister with a large personal mandate still in place when many predecessors have tried and failed, taking control of the two power bases in history. Ultimately, though,
we knew the minister.
to number 11. Ultimately, though, and in number 11. Ultimately, though, immense power still resides.
You've been causing such a... Have I got my earpiece?
You said? I think you just...
Oh no, I've just thrown it on the floor.
Oh.
That'll be why. Oh, Jesus.
Oh, great.
Oh, I really don't want to put that in my ear.
It's not wet wipes with me or anything.
We do actually, but it's in the bag. So Sam?
Yep.
Did you ever come?
I've got lots of people, hang on, I've got lots of people speaking to me. Sorry.
And then I'll just pick up on the back and just quickly wrap it.
Should I take it off? It's easier, isn't it? Is it?
Who wants to go first?
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm sure there's a good picture.
Yeah. Perfect. And we could do 2 questions, one on Jack and one on the rest.
Oh, hello. You alright? Comfy down there?
Great. That's it.
Right, can you hear anything? I think they're probably just about to go on air. Here? There's no one in at the moment, is there? It's all... Is anyone inside? They've all come out, so it's now... And junior ministers won't walk up here anyway, will they? It'll be done on the phone.
Hi. Okay, great.
Ah, there we go. Hello.
Okay, fine.
I can. I'm good, thank you. Now I've warmed up. Is there a package? 7 minutes, fine. Helen, sorry. Have we got a final number on winning? We haven't. No, don't worry, I can know, I'll ask, I just wondered if you knew. Because they do this attending nonsense, which I just don't think should count, quite frankly. So basically, for Anne-Marie Trevelyan and Suella, so Suella's only attending, but the Attorney General only attends. So she's there, Nicky Morgan's gone, Pretty and Liz, and she's a full member, isn't she? She's not attending. I think, honestly, I think, oh, is that very low to you, that level? Or is that my earpiece? Okay. Yeah, I will. Sorry, hang on a second. Helen, sorry, you're on it. The other thing is, I think Anne-Marie Trevelyan's only attending. Yeah, but I think it said attending. Someone might have got that wrong.
back shot. I don't believe any self-respecting minister would accept such conditions.
Who says that?
Jack.
I'm about to play it.
Bigger reshuffle in the end than many were anticipating this morning. Boris Johnson set Sajid Javid an ultimatum. Say as Chancellor, as long as you sack all of your political aides. Sajid Javid has already lost a couple of special advisors in the last few months at the behest of Boris Johnson's right-hand man, Dominic Cummings, said no, and the two men parted ways. This isn't really a story about individual special advisors who are often anonymous away from the camera and do briefings to journalists and others. This is about power. Boris Johnson wants to exert more power over the Treasury. The Treasury is an independent institution that likes to act as a bit of a watchdog inside government, often putting restraints on the spending that people like me and Number 10 might want to do to win elections. It was Sajid Javid during the election campaign who insisted that there be fiscal rules, in other words, restraints on government spending if they won the election. And he got that against the wishes, I think, of Dominic Cummings. Boris Johnson preparing ahead of the Chancellor's budget in about a month's time is keen to level up in his work, wants to get more input into what the Treasury is doing, wants to do that by setting up a joint unit between Number 10 and Number 11 to exert more authority on the Treasury. Sajid Javid, as you heard in that little interview just now, said that no self-respecting minister can do that. Rajai has his deputy now, the man replacing him, Rishi Sunak, 39-year-old Yorkshire MP, tipped as something for the top former Goldman Sachs employee, Brexiteer. He is the new Chancellor, likely delivering that first budget. There's a bit of a question mark whether that budget goes ahead or not. Downing Street wouldn't quite confirm that, nor they confirm whether the fiscal rules stay in place. But a lot of work for a quite young individual to take that job after the departure of the first Chancellor to lose their job unexpectedly since Margaret Thatcher occupied the building behind them. Some of the other changes, I think the picture starts to evolve. One of the other big surprises today, since overnight by the time, was the departure of Julian Smith at Northern Ireland Secretary. Now, Mr. Smith has just pulled off something that's a coup, restoration of Northern Ireland executive government to allow Northern Ireland government itself. He's out. Why is he gone? But it appears like Julian Smith irritated Number 10 back in the autumn before the general election with his warnings about the impact of no deal on Northern Ireland, direct rules, bad in the British trade deal, and those warnings irritated Number 10. There are points at which Number 10 thought about sacking Julian Smith. That behaviour appears not to have been forgiven. Mr. Smith is out for the Ireland office. The sense today is that Boris Johnson's team like control. They don't like to fire. An 80-strong majority made room for winners in today's reshuffle. People like Anne-Marie Trevelyan and others are loyalists who are willing to do their bidding. Some of them might be independent, might stand up to the Prime Minister. I think
there wouldn't be fewer women, but there's two fewer. Well, unless this Maria Miller rumour, which I can't believe is true, is going to be chairman.
No, Danny, frankly we weren't. We were expecting a certain number of ministers to be fired, but I think almost everybody thought the holders of the really big jobs in Cabinet would still be there at the end of the day. Well, it hasn't worked out that way. Okay, and then I'll throw to the Javid round. Okay.
I think that's the point. He was presented with an offer that you could say he had to refuse. Now, whether Downing Street knew that or not is another matter. Is this what they wanted all along? Difficult to say, but there's no doubt that trouble had been brewing for a while. And it wasn't just about personalities. Yes, there were briefings going back and forth, appearing in the newspapers, some from those in number 11, some from those in number 10. There was clearly a problem with relations between the two of them. But obviously this restructuring, if you like, this idea that you're going to have more of a central pool of advisors so that number 10 and 11 work more closely together, that isn't just about the characters and the personalities, it's about power and where power resides. And when it comes to things like writing budgets, who is ultimately going to be in charge of that? Now, there of course have been tensions between prime ministers and chancellors for a very long time. We've seen it numerous times in the last few decades, but you know, this was of a different level, I think, really. And in the end, Sajid Javid realised he couldn't carry on under those circumstances, so we now have the meteoric rise of Rishi Sunak, who is taking over as Chancellor just 4 weeks before a budget.
To extend their control into number 11 over the Treasury, over the Chancellor, than it was to hang on to that Chancellor who was due to deliver a budget in 4 weeks' time. Now, Sajid Javid has just been speaking, giving his first reactions. This is what he's had to say.
Yeah, I mean, Dominic Cummings has made it very clear what he feels about changes that need to be made to Whitehall, to the civil service, and it's very obvious he wants to control the message coming out from the government. So, you know, centralising that in terms of the most powerful part of government, I suppose, isn't a huge surprise. And some would say, well, actually, maybe it's a good thing. But, you know, I think pointing the finger at Dominic Cummings is all very well. On the other hand, Boris Johnson is the Prime Minister. He knows absolutely what is going on here. He would have sanctioned it. I mean, it could be a case of obviously Dominic Cummings can take the flak, if you like, because some people won't like how they went about with all of this, how they went about it, and it means that maybe Boris Johnson can rise above it. But I don't think we should in any way think that he wasn't completely supportive of what has gone on. I think it's a signal too, isn't it, to the other cabinet ministers sitting around the table that they can be pretty ruthless if they want to. I think the big thing is about the functioning of government. Will this change ultimately make it work better, or actually will it mean that there's more acrimony and bad will swilling around Whitehall and around the government? Thank you.
Alright, see you later.
Cheerio. Right, so that's yours. Yeah, they just played it. No self-respecting minister could accept those conditions. Oh, that. Yeah, where's? Is he Parsons Green? Fulham. Is it off Northern Road though? That's not paid out. No, I used to live not in that bit, sadly. Yeah. Well, I think his career's over. Because they're going to be in power for at least 5 years. It's not going to be brought back, is he? Right, I'm hoping. Well, it's certainly done here, I think, aren't we? Surely they can't make me stay. Sorry? I would have thought so, unless there's some. Well, I told you there's unless there's some edit problem. Oh, that's fine. I didn't. They were too big, idiots. I went and had a weird vegan curry. It was all that they were serving. The only cafeteria that was open in the house. I know, I didn't know stuff. I mean, it was just vegetables. Just sort of. Okay. I'm going, even if they want me. I think that's it. Right, there's a brolly that was already here, was it? Or did I? Yeah, the brolly was already here. There's
3 brollies.
So the. Yeah, that's fine. We're very short of brollies. They just stay here though, don't they?
2 orders, but 1 stay here.
Okay. Yeah. Is it a Millbank one? Yeah. Shall I take it? No, you want it. Yeah. You bring it back? Yeah. Only because I know we've literally lost all of them.
Everything's fine. I think we just wait for the ground. All good. Yeah. I can do a lot. Yeah. No, absolutely. So we'll do that at 6:30. Oh yeah. I can do anything. Oh yeah, no, I'm ready. Yeah, let's do that. Fine. Cool, I'm ready. Great. Cool, we're on now. I think we can do something completely after.
How are we doing? Oh really?
Sorry?
Hello, you right? Yes. Are you... Oh, you're Kathy?
Yeah.
I'm Bruce, you're replacing me. I replaced Guy, and you're...
Oh, I see.
I've got, because I've been on since 8, so...
Go home,
I'm just standing in just for a second. We'll swap. No worries, take care, Lewis. The fact, this is for, just in case there's a 6 live.
Yeah. Do we know?
I understood there was.
I think that's mine.
The
Lewis
late...
is pool.
Oh, we're in the way of the pool.
Are you Lewis?
This is the pool shot, yeah.
Good.
The late fax team are on their way to take over as well.
The late fax team, okay.
But Lewis is happy to jump on that if he needs to.
Okay.
So.
What time are they arriving?
In the next 5 to 10 minutes.
Oh,
They're just
perfect.
walking from the one truck, so.
Okay. And you don't know if there's a 6 live?
I understood there was.
Okay, I'll check, don't worry.
Good luck.
Thank you. Take care. Turn to white balance.
good book. I go white pages. Yeah, sure. What's your name? Lewis.
Oh, just regions, okay.
Ultimately, he is just an advisor. Today's calls are all come down to Boris Johnson. Boris Johnson has got his credibility, he's trying to find tightrope with all of the things he's done today, not just those involving Islamic. Now, on the one hand, it does look as if he is trying to get rid of obstacles. In the end, he decided to suspend Islamic beliefs to clear out his advisors on the water. He can have more power over the credit to do those that he wants to. Now, I wonder whether that does mean parts of the FD are saying a bit more spending. I think it probably makes it easier for Dominic Cummings, Boris Johnson and the team to push through a harder forward Brexit as well. The Treasury, I understand, was warning about the cliff edge that will be there at the end of this year when we end the transition period and go into our new relationship with the European Union. That was worrying some in the building in front of me, but with somebody a little bit more reliably quiet in number 11, those warnings might be muffled. So I think it gives number 10 a little bit more flexibility. But the other changes today have also been about clearing out potential obstacles. The departure of Julian Smith in part because the Northern Ireland Secretary troublesome in the autumn. Now, the tightrope that Boris Johnson has to walk along is to make sure that on the one hand that extremely important to deliver the adjustment and changes we provide to better, without just looking like he's engaging occasionally in petty revenge. I suspect viewers won't care much for the futures of special advisors about whom they know little and hear nothing on camera. But ultimately, if the Prime Minister sees to wage petty wars that gets in the way of the bigger picture, then that could cause difficulties. In the sense of number 10, the business is taking an awful lot of fight, and that hasn't changed today. Look at one more appointment to celebrate the new Attorney General. Hard Brexiteer, ally of Boris Johnson here now, but also a big critic of the legal profession. The judicial review, she was making unhappiness with the legal profession known in Parliament's questions just a couple of weeks ago. It looks to me as if Boris Johnson wants the maximum flexibility to push through reform on any front as possible. But if he ends up picking too many fights at once, like a drunk in a bar, he might find some lose it all. Brilliant. You're going to do it before 6 or at 6? Brilliant. Okay, cool. Oh, Ed. My email's like completely fucked. Is there any chance you could get whoever it is to WhatsApp it to me? Thanks.
I don't know. I remember with the two cameras here, just the second camera just turned out. There's nothing for 6. Do you need anything else? Peter Henley. So we've got 2 operations.
Hello, what are you doing? You alright? Hi guys. You cold? Would anyone like a Diet Coke? You? Anybody else?
Go on if he's going, yeah? Why not?
Else want a Diet Coke? No, really.
Yeah. Is it the bit about I would urge? Right. Yeah. Okay, so not actually. Fine, cool. I'll be able to do it, whatever happens. sorry. That's what we're here for. You should have had some shouts earlier when I was doing the camera thing. Fun stuff happening against Jack. A bit of the tech. This is really good. Okay, well, I'm going to be able to do this. I regret that I did not. Okay. But not 2 sentences, sort of doing 2 sentences. Yeah, right. Let's do read. And I'll just read at some point in my life. Is it definitely what I am grateful for and sought to do? My brain is thinking. departure emerging in a letter that Mr. Javid sent to the Prime Minister in the last couple of hours. Let me just read you one of the most telling passages from that letter. He says, while I am grateful for your continued trust, often continuing this role, I regret that I could not accept the conditions attached to the reappointment. Crucial to the effectiveness of government is to have people around you clear and advice, as I have always sought to do. What's going on? Boris Johnson offered Sajid Javid an ultimatum. You can stay in the job as Chancellor as long as you get rid of your political aid. Mr. Javid has already lost a couple of special advisors since he was appointed to the job in the summer, said no. And the two men parted ways. Now, this is more than a row about special advisors who are not figures that you'll see on camera, anonymous briefers, media, fixers behind the scenes. This is about number 10, power. Treasury, Chancellor's domain, is an independent force in Whitehall, has been for the last generation of the Second World War. Boris Johnson and his team want to exert more control, stop them from the straining influence of the Treasury. Sajid Javid looks unwilling to do his bidding. Check it out. Replaced by Rishi Sunak, 39, Brexit supporting former Goldman Sachs employee, often the front man of the government when they're in a sticky situation. One of those Boris Johnson loyalists at the younger end of the party who has done so well with this reshuffle. This is not so much about the replacement of a man as Chancellor, but more about a revolution that's beginning about the way this place works. And an attempt by Gavin to take more control. Will it work? We will see in some months. Well, with his majority of 18, his determination to win the next election, Boris Johnson wants to conduct a revolution. Please see the same thing again and again in this reshuffle. Loyalists voted people like Adam Rebellion and even the aid department. So when a president is completely constitutional, she's a former hard Brexiteer, long marcher with Boris Johnson. She's now the Attorney General. She too could end up being useful in another fight that the government wants to have, this time against lawyers. 2 weeks ago, celebration stood up in front of the press to question the way the legal system works, sometimes to gum up goals the government have with judicial review of the power of lawyers. She clearly is happy and comfortable with that and will be an ally of Boris Johnson's long trying to stand down on the legal profession. Many of those appointments are now people who are not standing up to the Prime Minister, as being insisted during the advent during the autumn of the Prime Secretary. He's out. Many people who are finding that if he just tries Boris Johnson and the people around him,